Testing 1, 2, 3. Whatalofa atu tātou ainga mo le pōle nei. We're about to start shortly, but just wanted to encourage us that make sure that this area is for the Va'asoe family as they come through. There's going to be a karanga that's going to welcome Allan to the front, and we'll have someone respond. So it's really important, please, if we can sit as close as we can. Though this is like a church setting, it's not church as a building, it's a church as a community of people. So it's really important that if we love our brother, please come forward. Don't sit there like it's Sunday. This is not Sunday. This is Allan's day, that we're celebrating God and his journey in serving the Lord. So if that's true, can I welcome all of us that may be sitting, not looking at anyone over there, but all those, come to the front, so that those who do come late, it won't be like when I grew up in the church and the minister would just stop everything and watch the people go into their chairs for coming late. We don't want to do that. We want to celebrate Allan. So please, come closer if you can. This area is for the Va'asoe family. As they come through, there'll be a karanga coming through. Just for housekeeping, the toilets, Steve, can you wave your hand? Is where Steve is. In case we need to evacuate the premise, we're on the field. All right, but we'll talk a little bit more later on. Myself, Steve McRoby, Tangaloa Willie Maya will be hosting our evening this evening on behalf of the family. So please enjoy. I see a lot of old faces catching up. It's awesome. But once we start, as you know, we're going on live. So we'll talk about the rules of engagement when it comes to our sharing time and mic time later on. So welcome, catch up. We'll give you a call. We're about to start and we'll begin. Thank you.
As she turned the corner, I caught
Hi everybody, look, Allan's about to come in. So can I have everybody that's standing on the entry level area, please, can I get you please to move and be seated? We need enough room for Allan to come through with the family. Can I please ask you to be seated? Thank you. Once you hear the karanga being called, can we have everyone upstanding as we receive Allan being called by the karanga. So be ready. Please make sure guys who are at the back there, make sure that area is clear so we allow Allan room to come through and his family. Can also ask for those who are looking at providing the ear or the luff of the ear over Allan, that we've asked that the ladies that will be standing side to side will receive your gift, your ear, and will fold it, but will not put it on the coffin because there's going to be a lot of people doing that. So please, we just ask, as respect to Alice, he's asked that we receive your gift, that they would be folded and put to the side and ready to present at the end of our evening. So when people come through, they'll be received, they'll be taken, and they'll be folded by the girls on the side, and then we'll proceed with our service. Thank you. Can I ask everyone just please stand, please stand.
Please be seated. Folks, we're gathered here today to, as I said earlier on, to acknowledge, to celebrate, and to honour the life of our dear friend and brother Allan. And during our time today, there's going to be a number of different testimonies and tributes and various stories, all of which will seek to speak something of the life of Allan and the impact, the immense impact that he had on many, many people. There's also going to be a time in our service this afternoon for those of you here who also wish to share a little thought or perhaps a memory of Allan. We want it to be a short one. So we're just telling to you now, and Willie's going to speak about that a little bit later on, but we're just giving you a heads up now so that you can be thinking about something that you might want to share or speak about Allan. For those of you who are joining us via the live stream, you might want to just make a comment and send that through to the whānau so that they can reflect on that and read that in the days to come. So without further ado, I've just got to go through a couple of little housekeeping rules just so that everyone is safe while we're here this afternoon. For those of you who need to go to the toilet, they're just right over here with this young lady standing in the blue, just waving the hand, so both the men's and the toilets are over there. If we have to leave this place in an emergency, we just need to go out through those doors and make our way out to the school fields, and we'll gather out over there together. For those of you who are smokers, please, you've got to go out onto the road. This place is a non-smoking area, so go and have your cigarettes out on the road, please. And at the end of our time tonight, we're also going to have a bit of a meal or some refreshments together. So again, on behalf of the family, we want to welcome each and every one of you here tonight. I'm just going to call up Willie Peace, who's just going to come at the moment.
Hello, hello. Talofa. I don't really want to be here. And the last few days, I've asked the family, I've asked close friends that I can't be here. Ever since this guy was a friend and he went down his journey, I always sort of wanted to play in and work in the background for him. Okay, while he's in the front, I always wanted to be at the back. But I'm here. I'm here because as much as I tried to cry last night to the family, it didn't work. I wiped my tears and I went to the side, and straight away the brothers over there said, "Oh, we've got a meeting about the three of us." So it didn't work. But I just want to acknowledge all those that could have been up here, those that can hold a crowd and just really get us involved. And so I hope I do a good job. I've got a big shout out to my wife, because if I forget, then I'll be isolating for the rest of the year. Have we got any scorpions in the house? Thank you very much. You guys help me if I start to lose it. Yeah. I think out of the three of us, I represent the rebel side of the big man. And I'm not saying rebel in their gangster way, because there was only one true thing for him, apart from his wife and his kids. That was his God. Okay? And everything else was all about jokes. So today we want to celebrate in the true sense of that word. All right? The only one that can cry is me. All right? Is there any Queenslanders in the house? All right? So those guys tested positive today, but they're hiding. Okay? Where's all my Blues fans? All right. You eat first. Okay? And the Warriors here? That's the only three positive things we had this day. They had 3 wins in a row. So I guess that sums up Allan for me. Okay, there's a little bit of seriousness. God has this wicked... Oh, that didn't sound right, eh? You can't put God and wicked in the same sentence. But he's got this wicked sense of humor that he'll give the broken heart to these big, ugly men. And I think me and my bro here were the worst. You would have heard the music. That's probably the most exciting dance music that he liked. Everything else was real broken ass. Ooh. Apologies to my wife. She lectured me about that, but that's the only swear word that we're going to have today. I met Allan first. I think it was through a fight. But, you know, thanks to God, we didn't do any too much damage. We then ended up in the same clubs. We then ended up in the same church services, only because he was trying to court my cousin. So Alice is my cousin. And while we were going out, we were all tight. And then the thing that he did was that he started courting my cousin. So we had to take that friend hat off, put the brother hat on, and just see what his intentions were. Okay, but, you know, we love these boys. And, you know, they came from the Catholic, we were from the PIC. And we love them. The bond is strong. Okay? So much that, you know, like we copied his trend. Him and the Levi brothers, Pakolo and them, they had this trend of getting really dressed up well and having a tie and the coolest shoes. And then we'll go out on a Saturday. And then my brother reminded me that because we go home on a Sunday, they go straight to church mass. Okay, so, but yeah, I want to share a little bit later on, but I want to introduce another part of the gang. You'll see that Stevie came first and I'm second, third. That's probably the three stages of Allan's growing up. I'm the middle guy. Thank you, Bill Peace.
Yeah, I'm known as Willie. Grew up with this young fella when we were 2, when our both families moved into Luke Place, Otara. And my mum, I suppose I was really Allan's first brother. I suppose a brother from next door before the younger ones came through, like Gina, who came 2 years later. So it was myself, Teresa, Allan. We were together for about a couple of years before Gina was, and then the rest came through. So, yeah, so me and my brother had a relationship about 55 years now, as 2-year-olds, and as we grew up, and like brothers, we'd fight. And Mum, Menesete, you know, bless her heart, would always growl us. You fight like dogs, and then would chase us away. Don't come back until blah, 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 and I would come back 5 minutes behind the door, checking in the kitchen, opening up the pots as usual, just helping myself, and then laughing at each other for what we did was crazy. And our term of endearment was, "You're an egg," and I'd be called, "You're an egg." But that journey of our relationship was amazing. I mean, yep, my feet through sport. I was first in a lot of things, but you know, this brother was first in everything else. He set the trend. He'd set the crews, and a lot of you have been part of different groups. He'd be part of leading those groups, like the Tu Mau, like Tufakatasi, like the Valley, all the different names, the 4 kings, waiting for the 5th king, but it's okay, I'll wait for the 4th, it'll do. All the different names of which he led and was inspiring in. And he was doing all of this in the journey of our lives growing up. When he left school, De La Salle, he went to the infamous place that everyone goes to, and that is Fisher and Paykel. And, you know, he left school early because he found that school wasn't for him. But he had the talent and the gift and the brains, but it just didn't fit. And so he found the school for him was at Fisher and Paykel. And from there, the trends, like Willie talked about, and he would set the trends in dress and the many things. And I try to keep up, but when it came to those balloon pants and those dancing shoes that had lights on the bottom of them, I gave up after that. I just stuck to the same. But yeah, he was already a gifted leader prior to the time when he gave his life. And all these songs that were played, well, that was the songs growing up. It wasn't until he gave his life, I think it was 86, 87, 8. Then the songs changed, because we lived next door, and we'd hear his music. And then the music became Christian songs. I was like, "Sorry, what's up?" You know, so I went home. Because I was the church guy, and he was the other church guy, if you know what I mean. Those who know, who grew up with me, know what I'm saying. And playing these church songs, are going, "Sorry, what's happening? What's happening?" I mean, I'm the church guy with all the church songs. why is this? And he had a different glow. And I suppose I wanted to share that with you is that he was already prepared for that moment he stepped forth and did God's work. And I'd been following, I'm the back room guy. Allan was always in the front, and we'd make sure we clean up at the back. And then when we became part of Heartbeat City, we then had to lead an outreach team, and outreach team 4, having left him in outreach team 3. Yeah, we've been through many spots together, him this young fella here. Many stories that we've had, and is the Bates family here? Is Willie and his family here? No? Okay, so that's another story, but I don't have the time. Otherwise, I'll do the Malagaomā by myself. Yeah, just wanted to thank you, Alice, Caleb, Gloria, Logan, and Vatfam for giving us the opportunity to pay back, to pay forward in honouring this man. You know, in the story of spreading the seeds, the flowering of those seeds is who we are here today. But it was never about him. And I heard during the 2 days that I think there was a kaumātua from Oasis. He shared that when he was acknowledged for the New Zealand Order of Merit, and this kaumātua would always say to him on that day he was granted that. He'd ask them, so how was your day today? Oh, it was good, that was good. Anything I need to know? Oh no, it's all good. And that's how humble he was. Such a humble man. He put everyone first before himself. And that's so true about Allan growing up. He'd always put us forward and always be behind, and yet he led from the front, if you know what I mean, in that space. So I won't take too long. I've been thinking about him when we first heard about what had happened, and I automatically went back to when I was 2, 3, in my time with my brother, running up that hill, down that hill. Yes, and he was mobile in those days. He was quite slim, trim, just like me. We were able to run together up and down that hill when we were being chased by our mothers. And this guy, one last story. We lived in a garage that me and my 2 brothers, David and Taylor, and we lived in the garage, and there was always a window facing the Va'a's house. And you always hear Mum Va'a always sitting at the back. Those who know the house, the Luke place, would sit at the back. And she would share these loving Samoan words, if you know what I mean. And would be calling out to Allan, and Allan would try and run away. Now you would have thought he would have stepped, like this, but he just ran straight. And every time when Mum had his shoe, she would throw that shoe, it would never miss. And I'd be getting, can't that guy sidestep? Then I would go over and then drum in a sole. Can't do how to sidestep, man. Say, sole. I don't know what I did. So you got to listen to your mum, man. Oh, one day. And yeah, those moments. And there was a time where him and I were playing chases, and I was chasing him. And he was pretty fast too, because I was trying to catch him quick, but he couldn't. And we'd kind of run up our hill, down into his house. He would close the door, and I'd be Superman through that door. And the door was made of glass. And the first thing I said to my usu, is my face okay? Because I was already cut up. Cut up here, cut up here. And we'd have this laugh. And don't laugh, man, because I'm cut up, man. There's fun times as kids that we had. And on my way to hospital, my mum would give me a hiding because I got cut up, and that is what it is. But as we share today, let's share good stories about this brother. He gave us all for God, and I never understood that until him revealed to me and understood clearly what God had for all of us. We just had to believe. So I'll tell you some more later on, but I just wanted to cover the first 20 years so that I'm over the next 30. But I'm going to pass it back to Steve.
Thank you, bro. I actually came later to the party. It was in 1989 that I travelled up from the South Island, and for the first time I set foot in the place called Otara. Never been here before, never heard of it at all. And because you're down in the South Island, you don't sort of hear so much about these places, but came up over here and to begin work at an organisation that was then working with youth at risk and their families, an organisation by the name of Heartbeat City Ministries. And many of you here know that ministry, and I met a lot of wonderful brothers and sisters in the Lord during that time, and one of those I met was a guy called Allan, who, when I first met him, welcomed me to what he described as the promised land. And so I'd arrived in here, and so began our friendship of 30 plus years. While I was working here in Otara, I happened to meet a young Samoan woman by the name of Sarah Vatfusuanga, and we sort of got to talk a little bit with each other, and then not long after that, we made a couple of promises, and so I knew I'd come to the right place. And so our friendships and our families with Allan and Alice and a number of others over those years have grown deep through our experiences, through the things that we've gone through as we've sought to serve the Lord in ministry, in church leadership, in different other areas that the Lord has called us to over that period of time. And I've always just valued our brother. I remember one of the highlights for me over those years is that there was a Saturday morning where many of us, well, a few of us at first started to meet just for prayer. There was Allan, I think there was Tony, William Meyer, myself, Brother Greg, until he left us to go to GI, and then others started coming after that. But it was a time where we journeyed with each other, where we shared our weaknesses and our strengths, where we became real with each other. We celebrated life. We were accountable to one another. We held each other accountable, you know, and we encouraged each other where we could. And I guess I share that because for me, that's where the deepness of our relationship started. It grew in there as we as men chose to walk together in the light of God, and in the fellowship with one another. And so for me, that was a real turning point in our relationship. Last Wednesday, I got a call from Allan, and he rang up, and we talked on the phone, and we talked about many different things. We talked about our families, our grandchildren. We talked about just how things were going and how we'd been doing throughout these last sort of few months in light of everything that was happening. We talked about some of those sporting icons that we've recently lost here in New Zealand, as well as one or two overseas, and the need for all of us to be able to look after ourselves. And that's what he was saying to us, Steve, we need to look after ourselves and make sure that we're around. And so I didn't know then at that time that would be the last phone call, the last time I'd ever be able to speak to him. And so I just remember that call, and as everyone else has been shocked with the sudden news of Allan's passing, when Ellie was talking over the last couple of days, she had packed Allan's bag as she took him to the hospital. She intended to bring him home. There wasn't that he was going to be going there and staying there. So his death has been a sudden death for all of us, and it's been a huge shock. But and it's a reminder during this time, this is how I see it too, it's a reminder for us, each of us, of the fragility and the frailness of our own lives. That we can be here one moment, and in the twinkling of an eye, we can be gone in the next. There's a passage in Psalms, I want to end with just a little thing as I just share, but there's this passage in Psalms that talks about that we grow in the field like a flower. And the wind blows over it and we are no more. And the reality is, folks, that none of us know when our time is going to go. None of us know the day or the moment when we will leave this place. The Bible clearly tells us that our life is like a blade of grass that grows in a field, and when the winds blow over it, we can be gone forever. My brother over here, he intended to be around a lot longer, but it's a reminder, his death reminds us of the need to make sure that we have a right relationship with God, because that is who he looked to. That's where he sourced the strength from. It was God who gave him the hope that he continued to be able to do all the things that he did in the community. And I will be forever grateful for the conversations that we had. I will miss those times of talking with him, of mocking with him, of laughing with him, of telling the jokes. But I'm forever grateful that he can encourage me and my family to continue to look to the Lord and to walk in the ways of God. And that's what I want to leave you with tonight as well. Just in my little sharing, I want to point you to the God that he served. I want to point you to him. And I want to encourage you that if you don't know him, then you need to be able to talk to some of the folk that are here tonight. Some of those that are from the Waterhole, some of the other leaders that are here tonight. Because Allan was all about that relationship with the Lord, and it was that drove him and encouraged him and enabled him to do everything that he did. So that's just my little sharing tonight. The Lord's blessings upon you, and I'm just going to hand it back to William Meyer.
Thank you. It is my privilege, it's my honor to invite up here some very special people. One, of course, is unable to make it unless he's going to surprise us, and that is Allan's younger brother, Junior, who is still stuck in the Gold Coast. Hopefully you'll arrive very soon. And Junior, I know you're looking in, and I know how broken you are. I hope we're doing the role that you would have been doing here, and we can do you proud. The other two beautiful people, I'm not saying that Junior's not beautiful, but he's not as beautiful as these two ladies, and that is Gina, the second eldest, and of course the baby, and that is Marie. So please support them as they come up to speak.
Before I start, I'd just like to say, go New South Wales. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our late parents, Tui Whasina Whawhi Ese Olova'a, and he's our dad, and our mum, Melisete Aloni. Obviously, without them, we wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't see the rest of the family as well. So what I'm going to do is share a little bit. You're probably going to hear a lot of stories of the now Allan, and I'm going to share a little bit of the then Allan. So Allan was born, obviously, just like it says on his casket lid, on the 9th of October 1963. We went to primary school together, and we went to Clydemore Primary, which is just down the road. It's no longer there, and from there, Mum took us to Samoa for what was supposed to be a 2-week visit, but we ended up staying there for 6 months. So in that 6 months, Allan and Junior had attended the Marist Brothers School. Then we came back to New Zealand, and we went to St. John the Evangelist School, and Allan was there from around 1974 to 1976 before he went on to De La Salle College. Obviously, Willie's already shared that from De La Salle College he went to work at Fisher & Paykel, which is where our dad worked. And just a little bit about his transition from there to Fisher & Paykel is that he left before he sat School C. And he left because he wanted to help Dad. He wanted to give Dad financial support, and he ended up putting myself, our brother Junior, and my sister Marie through school. So thank you, brother. Thank you, brother, for helping Mum and Dad out. Now, that's just a timeline of the then Allan. In our childhood, Allan had these favourite gumboots that he would wear, and I think some of our kids are like that. They've got these favourite gumboots that they want to wear everywhere, and he wore them to the point where they weren't even, I mean, you know, he didn't wear socks either, so you can imagine what they smelled like. after he used them. So Mum had to hide them and ended up throwing them away. So those favourite gumboots of his are in a lot of his young photos. And not only that, but he was a mischievous child. Even though he was the eldest, he was a very mischievous child. And we have aunties that have shared stories that he had a fascination with nylon. So when we were at church, he'd be the little toddler or little cheeky boy crawling under the pews trying to feel up women's stockings. And that was only last year. He was also the brother that teased the little cousins. So we had a particular cousin, Isa, who cried quite easily, and when they sat together, he'd sit there and keep poking her until she cried. So when she cried, that's when he would stop teasing her. So, you know, he was your typical little boy, little naughty boy. He wasn't cheeky, but he was really naughty. And then we reached our teens, and one of the boys has already spoken about his fashion sense. In his teens, he didn't have a fashion sense. He wore long pants. He wore rugby socks outside of his pants, so they came up to his knees, and he wore sports shoes with that. So unless you thought it was trendy at the time, that's what he looked like. And he went through several hairstyles. He went through the caveman. He went through the Shaggy from, who's that dog? Yeah, Scooby-Doo. He went through the mullet. He actually sported a really good mullet. And he was also very adventurous. We have a creek that runs, the Otara Creek that runs behind our house. And across that creek is a bridge that links us to his tamaki. So him and the boys would get these massive polystyrene sheets and just sail along the creek when it was still clean. I was glad that we were actually born in a time where electronic devices were not special. We actually, if you wanted to talk to someone, you talked to them face to face. If you wanted to see someone, you had to walk over to see them. And because I spent a lot more time with him, I got to meet a lot of his friends, and his friends that he brought through to the house became like our brothers and sisters. So I can safely say that we have over 100 brothers and sisters, and that they are of different ethnic backgrounds. And we always had a full house when we were young. We always had people in the house. So that's times that I miss now, and I guess I'll miss in the future. We also, when we were in intermediate, formed a band, and our whole repertoire were Boney M songs. So the one that always got the request for encores was Brown Girl in the Ring. And so, those are good times. And what Allan played was the bass. He played the bass guitar, so he'd be the cool one that would sit there playing the bass. We also went roller skating. And if anyone has seen the movie Roll Bounce, they're the roller skates with the shoes and the 4 wheels. So we'd be doing the around. So we would be doing that. We would be busing all the way into town, just a group of us from church. A lot of our best friends were friends that we had made through church. And they were fun times. We played brandy, we played bull rush, got hurt a lot, but there were times that we spent with people, and those people that we spent those times with have become lifelong friends, so you know who you are. Then we reached adulthood. Oh, actually, while we were still in school, we would go to PIC discos every Friday. So a group of us would meet at our house, We had a gravel track that led us all the way up to where the PIC church was, and we walked there as a big group of friends. And even though we went there on Fridays for discos and Sunday for fellowship, it's sort of like, with all the couples that came out of those gatherings there, you wonder whether we did fellowship. But yeah, we had some beautiful couples come from those times as well. Then we reached adulthood, and those were the nightclubbing days. Yeah, he went nightclubbing. And the thing about my brother is that he wasn't one of those older brothers that, stop people from coming to talk to us or talk to me as a sister. He was always friendly with people that we met up with, and I really enjoyed the times that I had with my brother, drinking with him, clubbing with him. And he was an amazing dancer. You probably wouldn't think he was, but he was an amazing dancer. And he was really good at waltzing. So every time it came to a slow jam, I would always think, come pick me, But he always picked another girl, and I'd be sitting there going, you dick. I really wanted to, because when we waltzed, we did the full twirl thing, I'd sort of lean back like that, and then I would twirl back, and we'd be like that. So yeah, he was a really good dancer. So I missed those times, and when he got bigger, he wasn't able to be as mobile, I guess, on the dance floor as he used to be. But he also sported parachute pants. That was his favourite pants to wear, so he wore different colours. So they were the big pants that sort of like were similar to MC Hammer. Except So he wore those, and I was the one who had to iron them every time he had to go out. And it took ages, because, that big part of it was hard to iron, but he always insisted that I have a crease down here and a crease down here so that he'd look really good. But he did look very handsome, he looked very trendy, and you know how Nelly had the plaster on his cheek? He had this little Band-Aid above his eyebrow. So even though he wasn't hurt there, that was his look, as that Band-Aid above his eyebrow. So it must have been like a chick magnet, because I think Alice thought it was quite cute. And he also used to wear footlights, which are those shoes that light up when you're moving. So he's a pretty trendy fella. That was pretty much him in a nutshell. And I'd just like to share a little bit of my relationship with my brother. He was a very good older brother. He was like the best older brother. He was my only older brother, but he was an awesome older brother. He protected us. I remember when we were at St. John's, and at St. John's they have a pink tunic. And every time we crossed paths with the Hillary College students, they would tease us about it. And he'd be the one, swearing at them and telling them to off and, and do stuff like that. So he was a very protective older brother. He was a very loving older brother. And he was a very loyal, right up until he passed, he was a very loyal older brother. So brother, Manuelo Malanga, I'm going to miss you so much. I'm going to miss the debates we used to have, and yeah, I love you very much. Say love.
Talofa lava, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Marie Singer Neva, and I'm Allan's youngest sister. Allan's loudest sister. I think we're the most alike out of the five. We have an older brother, La'e. He's out there somewhere. I did ask him to come up, but that's all good. Oh, there he is, over there. Then we've got Gina, my brother Junior, our brother Junior, who's in the coast trying to get home. and then there's myself. Now, Allan and I are very similar. We're very similar in the way we think. We're very similar in the way we speak. And most of all, we're very similar in the way we eat. It's very warm in here, and I am sweating like a pig up here. But my pride will not allow me to take my cardigan off because my clothes are too tight. But as Allan always says, it's not about you, Marie, it's not about you. So just to start, I want to apologize to all our older people, our aunties and uncles that are here, that I won't be conducting anything in my speech in Samoan. I've been told that my Samoan is wonderful to drunk people. So unless any of you are drunk out there right now, I'll hold off. What can I say about my brother? There's too much to say, and I don't want to say what other people are going to say, and Gina's covered her childhood with him. But Allan was, well, maybe I should start with, I've been told that my parents had 3 children, and then something happened that wasn't supposed to, and I was born. And even though Allan and I'm the youngest, he's the oldest, apart from our older brother, La'e, we were very, very close. And what I remember from my childhood is him always taking out time to sit with me. He would always ask if I was all right. My most vivid memory of him taking me to town on the bus, and we went to the Civic Theatre in the city, and we watched this movie called Clash of the Titans. Now, I can't remember what year that was, but Allan told me to get dressed in my finest, and I didn't know at that time that wearing pants that Mexicans wear and the jerseys that Bert and Ernie wore were not cool. So, but he didn't say anything. He said, "You look beautiful. You look beautiful." And so he was something else. He was my friend. He was my confidant. He was my older brother, but he was my other dad too. And he is one of my heroes. Allan is one of my heroes. And the night the Sunday night, he went into hospital on Sunday night. On the Saturday night, there was a missed call I saw after church on Sunday, and it was at 11:55 p.m. And I just told Alice that, and we didn't know he was sick. We didn't know he was in hospital at the time. But Allan, he was that guy, he would always check up on us, and he would call, annoyingly so sometimes. And I can't help but think that he wanted to say something to me. But I missed the call. Sunday got busy, and then we went to the hospital and he passed. It's very bittersweet for us, Like, we're sad, broken. I didn't think that you could, cry so much. I thought I cried a lot when my mum died, our mum died. I've been told it's not your mum, it's ours. Our mum, our dad, and now our brother. And we're broken. But you know what? The reassurance we have is we know without a shadow of a doubt where my brother is, where our brother is. He's with the King, and we were talking, and Gloria always says, if he had the opportunity to come back, he wouldn't come back. Why would anyone want to come back when you're in the presence of the King? And so, Allan, I came to the Lord through his example many years ago, and I wasn't the greatest example myself. In fact, I wasn't the greatest example about 5 minutes ago, but yeah, thank you, team. There was some other stuff. I wrote some stuff down because I didn't want to forget the things that I wanted you to hear out of my mouth as his sister. Oh, no, I've just thought of something last minute. When I said that we were very similar, we were also very similar in character, where we like things to be done properly, and quite often, because we like things to be done properly, we end up doing it ourselves. Even though I see heads nodding, not cool guys, and we like to do things, and and sometimes we would butt heads, because we would be trying to push our points across, and sometimes it would get so bad that the people that were around us when it would happen would feel very awkward. Tumau, can I get an amen? But you know what? It's because he wanted everything to be right, He didn't, and quite often he would lose sleep over things because he wanted everything to be done properly. But just as I finish off, again, we love you very much. The main thing in our family's life is the Lord. Number one. All glory and praise to the Lord always. And if there's going to be anything that our family does right, Allan got a medal from the Queen. He got awards, all these accolades. But when he came home, he was just Al to us. He was Al who led some of us to the Lord. He was Al who always shared the gospel message, because it was the most important thing in his life. So treasure your moments with your families. In the scripture it says life is like a vapor. We're here one minute and we're gone the next. I could fall down those stairs, and I believe you.
Or I could push you.
Yeah. And believe you me, despite what you think, it will be very hard to resuscitate me. So you never know what's going to happen, family. Never know what's going to happen. So yeah, again, thank you, Whawhatai Moli of Noa. Let's celebrate our bro. Bless you.
Thank you, Gina and Marie, for just sharing some further insights into Allan's life that maybe we haven't heard of before. Marie was just talking about going to share the important thing was the gospel. And so I'm going to ask Marie's husband, David, to come up, and he's going to share the gospel message with us tonight at this time. So why don't you give a warm welcome for David as he comes, please.
Firstly, just two things. I'm wearing this t-shirt, and it's a New South Wales t-shirt. It was Allan's favorite team, but it wasn't mine. But tonight, this is Allan's t-shirt. He gave to his little sister, and I'll wear it just for tonight. After this, I will burn it while I'm still wearing it, so that it can purify my skin. Secondly, if you see any watery substance around my eyes, I'm allergic to microphones. So if you see, any tears or... Okay. Talofa, kia ora. Alo lelei, kia ora ana. Whakalofa lai atu. Alo ni. Greetings in the name of our Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus the Messiah. For those that don't know me, my name is David Singer.
I am the husband of Marie Singer, and we might have a divorce after this. What an honor it is to share about Al. But not only about Al, but about God's love. Over the past few days, I've heard tribute after tribute, people just flowing through, testimony after testimony. About our usohea, our husband, a father, a grandfather, a son, a brother, and a friend. Most of the stories were good stories. Most of them were, man, they were unbelievable stories about Al. Funny, but I guess my sinful nature wanted to hear the bad stories about Al. And there were some doozies. From conversations to pulling up your pants, whatever that means, to hanging underwear on the opposition's team's volleyball net, and to climbing up apple trees, trying to avoid getting hidings from your mum. And I know what you're thinking. Allan climbed an apple tree. But you would too if your mum was chasing you with a saddle. Knowing Al, he'd be really embarrassed about all the attention he's getting. If he was alive today and you were talking good things of him, I can hear him now saying, "Shut up." I've heard stories of how people worked with Al, how they were mentored by Al, how they first met. I know nobody asked, but I want to share a moment or a memory with Al. I know my girls are saying, when did I ask? So I want to share this memory about Al, when I first met Al. So it was about 1986. I had a friend from school, and let's say her name was Marie. And she invited me to a prayer meeting up on Point View. This story I haven't shared with anyone, not even with my wife. And so I remember that it was still, it was dark early, so there was no daylight saving, and that it was still warm enough to wear shorts and t-shirt. And my friend Marie leads me through a crowd of people and takes me to this big guy, big fella that I was about to meet. At that moment, as we were walking up to this big fella, my confidence changed to my heart was racing. I felt a little scared. And then all I heard were Marie's words, "Allan, this is my friend David, And Allan turns around with a big smile on his face. But it was, the one thing I noticed about that smile is that his smile never reached his eyes. And then I felt real scared. And as he turned around with a big smile, and he said in his best ventriloquist voice, I swear, his lips didn't even move. I know parents, you know this. Parents, you know this when your kids are naughty, just around, you talk in your ventriloquist voice. He turns around, big smile, and his lips didn't move and said, "Is that right?" But to make a long story short, I ended up marrying this friend of mine, Marie. Al showed love to everyone and anyone. He was just that kind of guy. But he also professed a love that was not his own. When you read through the Bible and you read about its characters, you sometimes get a good side of the character, and sometimes you get a bad side of the character. Hey. One example here we have is David. In Acts 13, it says that David was a man after God's own heart. He trusted God. He believed God's word. He meditated on God's word. The good side. And on the other hand, I love it that the Bible doesn't whitewash, the characters of the Bible. He tells it straight. And the other side was that he was an adulterer. David was a liar. David was a murderer. So two sides. I've heard testimonies, good things about Al, and why not? But he also had a bad side, a sinful side. In Al's earlier years of social work, and as a worker with the youth, he was passionate about God, and he was passionate about serving the youth. But as the years went on, he stopped giving glory to God. And it got to a point, and he recognized this, and he hated to admit it, but he was starting to say, look at what I'm doing. Look at me. I'm doing this in the community. I'm doing that in the community. Look what I've done. But praise God that Al recognized this. He sought counsel from brothers and sisters, godly brothers and sisters, that will talk to him straight, that will tell him what's real. And they weren't afraid to tell him what was real and what was up. If Al was alive today, he would tell you that he was one of the worst sinners. He wasn't good. Shock, huh? Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fallen short from the glory of God." All of us, every single one of us. Me and you. We have all sinned. And we have a record in Genesis where Adam sinned. And as the years went on, that sin passed down to each and every one of us. So all have sinned. So now we have a sin problem. There's no way to approach God because, one, God is holy. And secondly, he hates sin. And he hates sin because he is holy. The psalmist writes, For you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil may not dwell with you. So God hates sin. And we have a sin problem where we can't, now, man can't approach God. Romans 6:23 reads like this: for the wages of sin is death. I'm like, eh? So we've all sinned. And because God is a holy God, we deserve death. That's sobering, isn't it? It's a sobering thought. But I love the second part of this verse. The second part of this verse is so beautiful. And it reads, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Jesus Christ, our Lord. So my next question is, what is this free gift of life? What is it? What's this free gift of life that I'm talking about? John 3:16 reads, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. In this verse, the word believe means so much more than that. The devil believes in God. Hey, the devil's theology on God is on point. He knows who God is. And he knows exactly what God can do and what he has in store for him. It's more than just believing. It's more than just belief. It's a trusting of the gospel message. It's a trusting in knowing that God will say and do what he said he's going to do. The next question, what is the gospel? I could ask 10 people what the gospel is, and they could give me 10 different answers. But the Bible makes it clear what the gospel is. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 1-4 reads like this. Now I make known unto you, brethren, the gospel, which I preached unto you, which also ye received, wherein also ye stand, by which also ye are saved. So Paul is talking to the people of Corinth. He preached this exact same message to them, and they were saved. And I read on. If ye hold fast the word which I preached unto you, except ye believed in vain, for I delivered unto you first of all that which also I received. So Paul is saying that he received this same message and was saved. And I read on. And the gospel message is this, that Christ died for our sins. According to the scriptures, he was buried, and on the third day he rose again, according to the scriptures. That, dear family, friends, is the gospel message. The very message that Paul himself was saved by. The very message that the people of Corinth were saved by. Many came to faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. And this is the exact same message for us today. This is a gospel message in a nutshell. God's desire today is that no one perish. Remember, the gospel means the good news. But the problem is, there's bad news. If we don't trust in the Messiahship of Jesus, we'll be going to a place that was originally not made for humans. And this is eternity. Allan knew this. So as years went by, his focus on his work included the gospel message. His desire was to help the youth in this life and lead them to glory in the next. This evening, friends and family, this message is not only for the youth. But it's for those of us who do not have a relationship with Jesus. I make no apologies, none. I share this in love. Because you only can, John says that there's only one way through to God. And it's through Jesus. Not works, not your church, not your community, not your pastor, not having nice church clothes. That's not going to get you to heaven. As I wrap up tonight, I could have talked about any passage of the Bible, any, and it would have been awesome. It would have been powerful. But this message, if you trust and believe, the reason why I share this message, because it's the message that saves. It's the message that saves. And it restores our fellowship if we trust and put our faith in God. Our fellowship is restored with Him. As believers, we know Al is in heaven. Me personally, I don't think he's running around. I don't think he's passing the ball. I don't think he's kicking goals. He's probably got new knees. He's probably got new knees, but he's in the best position ever, using his knees to kneel down with Nana and Pava before the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. What a picture. What a picture that is. I know I may lose friends over this next comment, but you know what? That's okay with me. You know, I can be cancelled, whatever. As an elder of the Waterhole Church, I go to this, I'm an elder at this Waterhole Church, and I know for a fact there's no Waterhole people in heaven. There are no Baptists in heaven. None. There are no PICs in heaven. None of them. None. There are no Catholics in heaven, no ethics in heaven, no Latter-day Saints in heaven, no Jehovah's Witnesses in heaven, no AOGs in heaven. You know who's in heaven? Good and faithful servants. Good and faithful servants are in heaven. Al, you have run your race. You have fought the good fight. So it's from me. It's bye for now. Until we're together meeting face to face with the King. Manuela malanga uso. Amini ma amini.
My Lord David, I grew up with David for many years, and he was always the shy guy. He would never have come up here and just see him preach. But so if Palmer and Ruth are here, please come forward and be part of this, please. Palmer and Ruth.
Good evening, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ruth Ormsby, and as we speak of the Promised Land, I was one of the children who come from the Promised Land. I didn't know I was going to be put on the spot like this, but here we are. First of all, I'd just like to give my sincere condolences to my Va'a family. I'm still shook with the saddened news, but I give thanks, like everyone else has said, that he's gone to glory now. He's been promoted to glory. Anyways, for those of you who don't know me, I'm one of Gloria's mates, sisters. I've been fortunate enough to be brought up with the Va'a family. Gloria's been a close friend of mine since 10, 11 years old.
I'm now nearing 34 years old. So that is that's ancient in my years. A little bit about the memories I've had. I've been lucky enough to be brought up to actually meet Gloria's grandparents at Luke Place. I too have been on many Christian camps. I've been very fortunate to have Allan like another father to me, and it's been an honour to have this opportunity to stand and
Ecclesiastes, I think I said that right. Chapter 3, verses 1 to 11. And that verse is, there is an appointed time for everything, and there is a time for every matter under heaven. A time to give birth and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot what is planted. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to tear down and a time to build up. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to throw stones and a time to gather stones. A time to embrace and a time to shun embracing. A time to search and a time to give up as lost. A time to keep and a time to throw away. A time to tear apart and a time to sew together. A time to be silent and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. A time for war and a time for peace. What benefit is there for the worker from that in which he labors? I have seen the task which God has given the sons of mankind with which to occupy themselves. He has made everything appropriate in its time. He has also set eternity in their heart, without the possibility that mankind will find out the work which God has done from the beginning even to the end. Allergies. I always used to read it whenever I had a heavy heart, especially being away from my family. And the special thing about BP is that he still knew how to comfort me even all the way from here. Uncle, oh my gosh, I can't see. It's been an honor being one of your PAs this week for the last time. Thank you for always having time for me and for saving a place for me at Dosina. I'm so proud to be your goddaughter, and I'll never stop missing you. Say hi to Nana and Pa for us. Thank you.
Hi everyone. We must be twins because I also wrote everything down in case I forget it. My name is Sequela Va'asenga. I'm Marie and David's youngest daughter and Allan's toughest niece. I only say that I'm the toughest because he used to tell me that all the time. Like I'm not even lying. I used to get so hyped up that like I would find random heavy things to pick up and carry around in front of him so he can tell me how strong I was. And like now that I think about it, like what a loser. I've just got a few things to share. I've just got a few memories to share. Like this one message me and Marley got from him. We thought it was really, really important, but I'll just read it. So it goes, morning Q, Uncle Allan here, just inquiring about that Korean restaurant you took your mum to for her birthday. Can you give me the name, address, phone number, time it opens, and cost, please? Oh, and how did you find it? Was it good? Like, we all thought it was really funny, and I was like waiting for him to ask me, like, what's the owner's names? What year was the building built? Oh, and the name of the sheep that you made the lamb with. But yeah, there's heaps I can say about him, but yeah, like the main thing is, like, ever since me and like Mali and I were younger, like, just like she said, like, he always referred to us as his PAs. Damn it. And this week, my sister Gloria asked us to take care of, like, scheduling all the viewings. And I'm so sorry if I didn't respond to anybody. But, like, I feel like I thought she was the toughest thing. I am. Tough people cry too. Like, I feel like we're carrying out our final task for our first ever boss. So, Uncle, I love you very much. Thank you for everything. Thank you for not loving only me, but also my handsome fiancé, Ronaine. Okay, he's not even that handsome. And just thank you for being a big kid whenever we needed you to. I'm so proud to be your niece, and we can't wait to see you again. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shava, a singer, and I'm the eldest daughter of David and Marie Singer. And I'm Uncle's favorite niece because I'm the only one up here that lived at Dulcina. You guys didn't. I wasn't meant to speak tonight. I didn't write anything. I'll miss Uncle. I was really naughty. And when I was naughty, I got sent to Uncle. He'd tell us that we were going to have like a great dinner at Denny's. And then I get there and there was just a big lecture and no food. He's like, yeah, just cry if you want. It wasn't the lecture, I just came here to eat. My sister Koila and I just, we got engaged both of us got engaged last year. I can't believe Uncle won't be at our weddings. So I'm going to steal that big picture down there and walk down the aisle. But I love you, Uncle. Me, Isha, Brooklyn, and Robertson. We love you very much, and yeah, we love you. And you too, Auntie Ali. Thank you.
Hello. Hey, I'm Josh. My dad's La'e, and my speeches are like his, so I'm just gonna keep it short. I probably gotta go help him take his medication. Uncle Allan made us feel really good about ourselves, whether it was footy or shit like that. Oh, sorry. Even when Dad told us to stick to school, he made us think we could get a contract in that. But he always made us feel like we could achieve anything. Yeah, and much love from me, my sister, Ems, and Lena over in Oz. Yeah, we're gonna miss you, eh? Thank you. Oh, and Tans too, sorry. And Tans and everyone else.
Whaatalo whātu le pa ia ma le mamalu a whia, I wō ma e māsani ma le mamalu o Samoa. These guys are probably behind me like, since when? Shut up. But hi everyone, where am I? My name's Karine, Faith Soraya, but EP called me K1. I think he called me K1 because he thought my name started with a K, but it starts with a C. And one, because I'm #1 on this list of favorite nieces. And it's my honor and privilege to stand here before you guys, just to speak on some experiences I shared with my handsome as uncle. Oh, sorry. Sorry, and my mom, I'm the daughter of Gina, who is his sister. Sorry, Mom, love you. I always mock myself because I called myself the president of the NDA, which is the No Dad Association. It's funny, honest guys, I'm okay. I'm okay with it now, guys. It's all good. Because I didn't have one, I feel like God placed, four amazing father figures in my life, and Uncle Allan was one of them. He was just the best. He always, I remember growing up, he always used to pick me up from Luke and take me to all these, with Auntie Alice and Gloria and Caleb, he used to take me to these magic shows and the circus. We'd go to the beach for ice cream and, do all those cool family stuff that, that I grew up. Wow, okay. No, he made me feel included, and I'm really grateful that he thought of me like that. My role this week has been the videographer, the last-minute videographer. Just recording everyone coming in to share their stories about Uncle Allan, and it's been really beautiful just hearing all these lovely stories and how he's touched people's lives, and it's been real because we've all been really tired. So hearing those things have just given us, I guess, the strength to keep pushing to making sure that all the days leading up to his final day with us is amazing because he deserves it. Just a few, not a few, two little stories I want to share about Uncle. He always used to tell me the story of when I was a baby and I was changing my nappy, and he must have picked me up and was throwing me in the air. He threw me in the air, but I had no nappy on. So he was throwing me in the air, and then I think the third time I peed on his face. And he'll always tell me that. I'm like, are you telling me because you want an apology? This one more a story of when we were all eating Shrewsbury's. And he challenged us. He was like, I bet you can't throw it and I'll catch it in my mouth. And we're like, oh yeah, okay. So it was the first go, and I threw it, and this big fat mouth caught it. And we were all like cheering, like, you know, like we won the final or something. Like, it was like, yeah, I'll always cherish that memory because it was great. And my last story is when I got pulled over. I got pulled over. I don't know why. I was, you know, minding my business, but I pulled over. He asked me for my name, and I was like, oh, Karine Va'a. And then he goes, oh, are you related to Allan Va'a? And then this light bulb switched in my head, and I was like, yeah, I am. He goes, oh, how do you know him? I'm like, he's my dad. And then he just kept going on about how lovely he is and how much, you know, all that nice stuff about all the community work he's been doing. And I was like, oh man, he's great, isn't he? And then not long after, he's like, oh, okay. So have a great day. Like, I'll let you get on your way. Don't want to hold you up too much. And I was just like, wow, the power of that name. I was like, oh man. I was like, oh. So I told him, and he just cracked up laughing. He was like, oh, you dick. I just want to thank you, Uncle, for everything you've done for me. There's just too much to say, and I don't want to take up any time, but no, I love you. I thank you for, you know, even though you wore so many hats, had so many responsibilities and roles, you still had the capacity to love me. Not only me, but my kids who loved you dearly. And even Polo. Thank you for loving Polo, because it's hard. Jokes, sorry. But thank you, you know, thank you for loving Polo. There's a story about Polo, sorry, before I go. So he got like his car. He must have locked his keys in the car. And he was like scrambling around like, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And the first person he tells Glory to call is Bolo. I was like, oh my gosh, how rude. But thanks again, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to speak and share our stories about Uncle Allan. He will be so missed. But, you know, we're going to keep his memory alive through our stories. We can share it with our kids, and they'll share it with their kids. And, yeah, we love you so much. Love to the family. You've been so strong this week, off the last few days. We stand with you, whatever you need. Like, that's us. Let's go. That's us. Good food, good company, good friends. Sorry, inside joke. But we love you all, and thank you so much for your time. God bless. Samuel?
Hi there, guys. Sorry for my late arrival, but shucks. There's no words to really describe Uncle Allan. So I reckon the best way to describe him is probably through a story. So when I was younger, my older brother Caleb, he used to bully me a lot. And I remember this one time he made me cry. So I called for Uncle Allan, and shucks, you wouldn't expect it from him, but as soon as I told him Caleb made me cry, he straight pounced on Caleb like one of those jaguars, and yo, it was cool as because it was like the first time I've ever seen two circles fight before. Yeah, Uncle Al, probably one of my greatest mentors growing up there. A lot of the stuff that I've applied to my own life was probably through him, through his teachings, whether it was the word or whether it was just be putting it out there for the hood. So, yeah, Uncle, you will be sorely missed. I know Dad's over in Australia, and I'll probably have more to say, but yeah, thank you. That's me, guys.
Can you just show appreciation to the grandchildren and nieces and nephews of Allan Va'a. We're going to show a video of Muli Mau, a short video that we've got here for you, but we're just going to invite the Board of Trustees, if they could come up and speak to share their words. So obviously Allan had a big hand in being part of the Board of Trustees of the school. And so we wanted to give them an opportunity as they come up to obviously give their Muli Mau on behalf of the Board of Trustees of Tangaroa College. So can I invite them please to come through?
Mo mona moli whaftai ta tamalangi o whaitatu whatasi mai nei a whiawhi a wafo ile. Moli mawina o le aso tamaha ia Allan. My name is Scott and this is Joe. We're just here to speak on behalf of the Board of Trustees. It's actually, I don't know what the words are, but Allan's been our chairman for a long time. He's been our chairman at Tangaroa College for a very long time, has served Tangaroa College for just as long. And I've had the privilege of working alongside him as a Board of Trustees member, and he's taught me a lot. He's always encouraged me to make sure I attend our meetings. I seem to miss a lot of meetings because of rugby league trainings and rugby trainings, but he's always encouraged me to make sure I make these meetings and have my say and put in the input from the community. And I really want to thank Allan for his encouragements and all the words of wisdom. And he only just stepped down this year as the chairman, and then we appointed a new chairman, Carl, who unfortunately can't be here. He sends his apologies. And then I was appointed as the vice chair, not by choice. I was the only one at the meeting at the time, so I should have not attended that meeting. But yeah, so I'll get handed over to Joe, who will formally speak on behalf of the Board of Trustees. But from Tangaroa College, we really appreciate the family taking the opportunity and the invite to use the space. It was his home, and Alice would know this was his home. He literally lived here, and he spent a lot of time and hours with our kids and our community. So we want to thank the family for taking that opportunity. I'll pass it over to Joe.
Yeah, tai lava mtuana. Mga kola kapua ia mai lo fionga le o fai se upu fai masui ga kopot. Ia e aonga ko kopea ia ilankap. Pa ia so ka malu le mokoia. Malu le avea o le kai aonga lua. Ka ko foi panga ki au kaukianga. Pe yo si u ia moi fa salianga e ang fuar kulang. Au kere ia langa inga lali ngalu pe o ke asa inga foi le vao ngai polele. Pe fanga kongu foi le ifio mainga mo mo fa kulo. Kulo ia su wai ma fio ayo. Au fenga luenga pa ia le kua su ngai fa fenga inga. Mo ko fa kua. Kulo ngai ia le ainga fa vau le ainga lua. Kulonga ia le fionga le fatkua, ia Ellis man ngofo yalo, malu le aufia, o mai masangi o kako mafuka le sol ngea fiafi. Kulonga ia le maoka ngamodi, kulonga langi masai sai man walau pa ia o le kua. Wa mongi lava se ko fanga e le mafaikaulia e sesi. O le pule fai ko kasi o le kua le o kako mafuka ile so wale ko el malo le afionga ya Malagaomā Allan va o so foi fong. Ya vela le mo fa sangi le kua ngia fiaf. Fai elo leo fai masui o le malu le poro trustees o loa kausanga o lo kua ile afionga ya Malagaomā. Sama mafuka male kamai wafe male Suriva 2019 when I was first co-opted onto the board here at Tangaro College. Well, Fisilia Malagaomā, his question to me was, what is your purpose? What is your role here in the board? What are you wanting to do? What is your passion? He had all these questions for me. And that was probably the first time I officially met Malagaomā, your PP as we know him. And I answered, I said, look, I just want to give back to the school that gave so much for me, being an ex-Tangaro College student here. And it's beautiful to see a lot of my ex-student colleagues here and to see ex-students from Tangaro College, because it pays tribute to the legacy that he had here at Tangaro College, here in the school, this beautiful school, Tangaro College. And to be a Board of Trustees member now, and to be under the tutelage of someone like Allan Va'a, I never really knew of him until that first day in the board, but I knew of his legacy already. I knew of his service. And he had the saying that he always waves around in our board meetings, and it's always mentions it because he's the incorporation of it. Service in Tautua was a big thing for Malagaomā, and his words don't say much, but his actions speak out louder than anything he'll do. And to hear the moli maus today, to hear the tributes by fellow members of the family, and to hear tributes from colleagues of his as well. It's overwhelming. It's a legacy that, you know, it's a legacy that we'll all carry. And he may have left us physically, but his tautua, his service, his legacy will remain with us all. If I lalo leo, if I masui o le afionga le kamai kaipuli, principal, ia te vira suasua ma le acting principal, sui kai Christine Pili. If I don't leo whakau waa, my voice on behalf of the deputy, the senior leadership team, the SLT, if I don't leo whakau waa, if I masui le mamalu lau mua i ri makamai kai whayaonga, our teachers and the students here at Tangaro College. And it gives me the privilege to say on their behalf, whaafkai, o malo pule, o malo kau, malo kau kua. O wala aua oe, elo ka maa I lang, o e afu e kau kua. O e kau kua inga le lau mua, o e kau kua inga le ngei ngu o tara. Ao ro kule lea, tau whalale. From the bottom of our hearts, we say thank you for everything that you have done. It's not easy sitting at the head of that table in the board meetings, and it was sort of your last act for the board when you felt as a leader that it was time to pass the baton on to Carl to Senior Rex, who wasn't able to be here today, unfortunately, who is now the presiding member, or has taken over the role that Malagaomā has carried out for years. And a few months later, he passes. And he passes knowing that a school that was meant so much to him in his heart, is in the right place, is in a good place. And we're going through transitions right now with the Vita Source, our principal now, resigning and moving on, and we're going through new leadership. And Malagaomā would be watching over that process from above, from in heaven. But would say, thank you so much. Nothing in our vocabulary or in our words or anything would be able to lang wai loko kua. Mo ni ngai lo mua, mo ni ngai a onga whape foi ngai ngu. O tara. O afu loko kua. Ia manguialo Malagaomā. Ia maua so ngofuanga ku mau le lang. Malwhaaloat, mawhkai.
Thank you to the Board of Trustees of Tangaroa College. Thank you for also allowing the venue to be held here for our uso Allan. We're just going to invite the So'i grandchildren, please, to come through and share their muli mau for their uncle, grand uncle Allan. Please put your hand together, please, for the So'i grandchildren.
Hi everyone, I'm Susanna. I am Ali's baby sister, but obviously I'm so much younger than her, so all their kids were my siblings growing up. And the Vag girls are all lying. I'm the hottest, toughest, funniest niece that he had. Yeah, it's still a lot processing. That is uncle in there. I had the privilege of living with them for a few months before moving to Australia and getting hotter. But uncle was always sweet. He didn't really need to say much in his household. Living with the Vais, seeing how they all interacted, it's the best feeds. The best laughs. And, Uncle didn't move around much, but they all just kind of knew what to do. So he was first a leader in his home. And makes sense that he was a leader everywhere else too. So my heart goes out to my big sister and her kids. Yeah, I love you guys so much, and we'll grieve with you guys forever over this loss.
Sorry, Mr. Joke. I've been told that I had to button up my shirt, but I couldn't fit because they gave me the wrong size. So it's not my fault. But when I heard the news, I didn't want to believe it. Big Papa, he was like my second dad. My father, I love my father. But I love this man equally as much. He's played a massive part of my life. And with everything's been said from all the tributes, that he's played a massive part in a lot of people's lives as well. I think that's the biggest reason why his name is Big Papa. He had a heart for the hood, and he had a heart for his people. No matter if you're blood, but he had a heart for random people as well. So if you weren't blood, if you weren't family, he'd have the same love for them. As I said, he's played a massive part of my life, my footy career as well. I've been coached by a lot of good coaches in Australia and New Zealand, but My uncle has been the best coach. Or to the Scorpions, or to the Originals. I was also play alongside my cousin, my best man, my best friend. Seeing you over these last couple of days, your dad will be proud, be proud of the man that he's raised. Sorry, I think I'm allergic to this mic as well, but he's an amazing man who's not just an amazing man, but an amazing father, amazing brother, amazing man of God, which what Allan was. He was an amazing man of God. I'll tell some stories, but it's a bit dirty stories. We'll keep that to ourselves. But no, in all honesty, he's played a massive part not in just my life, but in everyone else's. And his message was always put God first in everything that you do, and lean not on your own understanding. I want to miss you, Uncle. Big Papa.
Kia ora e te whānau, talofa, maloi le leni, sampulu vinaka, whakalofa lahi atu. Namaste, konnichiwa, all the greetings under the sun. Welcome as we celebrate PP, my man, my uncle, Allan Va'a. Before I start, I just wanted to take this time to honor Auntie Ali. You're a woman of great strength, and you have carried yourself amazingly over this last few days, and you have really shown what it is to be a true woman of God, somebody that has pursued God with all her heart. And the thing is, with all us island people, you know that when the doors are shut, the windows are shut, and the curtains are shut, no one sees what happens in your house. And I know we saw the best of Uncle, but we didn't see all of those moments where he was tough, where he was agitating, and you loved him every single day of your life. And I want to honor you, Auntie. I want to honor Caleb and Glory. You guys have been amazing over this week as well, but obviously we're super close to you guys as a So'e whānau. We didn't get the memo about the rugby league jersey, but we're a rugby league team up here as well. But just want to honor you guys, love you guys heaps, and obviously this great loss means a lot to you guys, but also means a lot to us. But honor you guys, honor the Va'a whānau as a whole. There's been a lot of speeches spoken by Caleb and Gloria about not knowing who our aunties and uncles are from So'e, Va'a, whatever. We're all just one big family. And I want to honor you guys for welcoming us into your family and making us feel very much a part of it too. So'e whānau, I wish Nena was here. Would have been amazing to have her sitting up here, because she would not let a quiet moment happen. She would be Siva, right in the middle here. And I know Nana had a special place for Uncle Allan, and I just want to honor both sides of the family. But to encapsulate what Uncle Allan was about, he was about love God, love people. That was his lifestyle. He always challenged me on my faith. He always challenged me on my idea of how I love my people, how I love my community. And now that he's passed on, I have to find somebody else that's going to challenge me like he has. And obviously, Uncle, look how many people are here. They're here because of your great encouragement and investment. And a quick story is, Uncle, Sunday night, obviously you've been in and out of hospital for a little bit, but my parents have never called me about you being in hospital. And when they did, I chucked my clothes on and I came straight to the hospital to see you in a state that I'd never seen before. And obviously, being a man of faith, we filled the room with worship and prayer. And the medication started to kick in, and you started to look a little bit, up and up. And as we kind of got kicked out of the hospital, Auntie Marie was saying, "What do you want? Do you want ice cream? Do you want chips?" The last words I heard you say was, "Fizzy drink." And I said, "Man, the Lord must be real. He's alive." Uncle, you've always made us as a So'e cousins and grandchildren feel comforted. I remember a time I got arrested for indecent exposure. That's a story for another time. You know what it is, Uncle. And going home in the cop car, pleading with the police for all that is good in this world, please release me. Because whatever you do, my dad's going to give it to me 10 times worse. I get out of the car, my parents aren't there, and like all Polynesian and Māori boys, you know that when you see your dad, his eyes are big, he just sees red, you just get your ass out the way as soon as possible. And I did. I ran out of the house, and the one place I knew that I would be comforted was at Uncle Helen's house. I knock on the door, and Auntie Alice opens it, lets me in. Uncle looks into my eyes, he doesn't say anything, he just puts his arms out and says, doesn't say, he just does this. I run to my uncle, and he makes me feel loved, he makes me feel cared for, he listened to me, made me feel heard. He encouraged me about honoring my parents and making better decisions. And in the same breath, he told me to shut up and man up. Although there was a lot of love, there was always constructive feedback. And Uncle, I'm going to miss that about you. I'm going to miss that dearly about you. I'm going to miss your warm embrace. I'm going to miss the time where I get to come in and hug you and I feel that big grey beard of yours rub up against mine. I'm going to miss you pestering me about playing for the Otara Scorpions. I wish I pulled that jersey on so you could see me run out on that field. There'll be a time. But Uncle, as we finish up, I just want to say that we love you dearly. We're going to miss you. And that your impact has spread so far, not just here in Otara, but across Auckland, across Aotearoa. May you rest in divine peace, Uncle. Love you heaps. Thank you, whānau.
One of the great things about having a great short program, it's always going to be long. So I'm going to invite the So'e family, please, to come up and share their mori mau, please, of our brother, Allan. With total enthusiasm, let's cheer them on to come through, because they're very shy. Yeah.
Lawa, I just wanted to acknowledge the Board of Trustees and above all the wonderful people of Otara. If you know anything about the So'e family, how we cross paths with the Va'a family, like most things here in Otara, it came through sports. And not many people know, but we met the peace in the Va'as, and we had the Loeses and the Pali'is, the Maias, and we would meet out in the park, out there at the mighty Scorpions Club, way before anyone ever thought that where it is and how beautiful it is today. It was just a field. And we would have a game of touch. Now, PIC boys have a very clear idea what a game of touch was as compared to that other side with Allan Va'a, who had a different vision of touch. And we were being told of the example of how straight Allan runs. Well, unfortunately, I was standing right there when he ran right through me. And nothing like seeing stars and lying on the ground and hearing in the dark Willie Pearce going, "Sully, that's Alice's brother." And then a pause, and you would think you would have sympathy, but
then there was giggling. A few weeks later, I come back from rugby, because us PIC boys, we play rugby, we don't play league. I come back from training, and then most houses here in Otara, I don't know what it is, but there's, in every 3-bedroom house, there's this square little window up. I don't know what that is, but we had a window, and that happened to be a window to the girls' room where Alice was. So I was coming round the corner through the back door, and then all I hear around the corner is this sweet-talking, mumbling someone in Latin. I poke my head round the corner, and then I see this big guy, like Romeo and Juliet, and Alice, and I love my sister, and Allan has every right, as all brothers do. No one's good enough for my sister, and Alice is no exception. But to see Allan there, you know, as elegant, because that guy's smooth, talking to Alice, and stars in their eyes. But what came to me was that game. I got you, boy. I got you. So I went around back to Willie P. Seat Garage. We have apartment at the back of our place. I wake up my uncle, and they turned around and they were stunned that we had this Pacific Island guy that looked like Tom Selleck with a mustache talking to Alice. And boy, I've never seen Allan run so fast, because he moved. There was no straight line. He just got out of there. And out of that, of course, this is where we're at, that Alice and Allan finally got married. And if anyone can remember that wedding, it was the biggest wedding in South Auckland, because it was the bringing together the two communities that we never ever thought that would ever happen. And the connection and the love, it's just seamless. And Allan has reminded me how to be not only a brother, which is important, but also to be walking in the path of God. And out of that, how to be a husband, a father. And he reminded me with the love that he has for my sister, and the beautiful children and the beautiful family that we have. I think that's a lesson for all of us, and for me, an opportunity standing here. Thanks for the random bringing you out here. But I know Allan would say that we want to remind all us fathers and husbands that your wives are the most precious thing. So Alice, thank you. Thank you for bringing Allan into our lives, into my life. Thank you for reminding me that I can be a better dad, a better husband. But we will move forward. We will move forward, and I will walk the walk. And I just want to finish that there was a great man, Reverend Seal, who has passed away. He said, "In spirit we enter, depart to serve." And Allan and I would always remind each other that it's through the Spirit and the wonderful grace of God that take us to a platform where we serve our people. And it's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Ta lofa lava, beautiful ainga. We're just so blessed that you came. My name is Ned Soe. I'm the youngest of 5 boys. Alice's youngest brother. I'm just going to share a very short story about Allan and when Allan first came into my life. And it was a moment that epitomizes manhood that was life-changing for me. I was about 14 when he came into my life. I'm in my 50s now. So we've done a lot of journey together. And as a young, wayward, I was a riffraff in our community. We knew nothing better. We thought it was just fun, without the thought of hurting and doing things in the community that we shouldn't. I had no role model. You had no youth workers back then. And I remember a time I was sharing with Alice when, before they were married, they were just courting. And I always felt, as the youngest brother, that nobody respected me. And there was one moment where Allan and Alice were having a bit of an argument on the driveway of our house. And I think it was my sister Susan or my other sister come running in. And they says, Allan is beating up Alice. And I run out. I run out onto the driveway. And Allan was a giant compared to what I was at 14. And what I saw was life-changing. It was actually the other way around. Alice was beating up Allan. Growing up with 5 boys, she had to fight us. She used to fussy me really bad. Like, I have bleeding eyes and ears, and I says, okay, I get it. But she was very feisty. And I can just see that moment. I just stood there, and Ali was boom, 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 on his chest. And he just stood there, taking it, and he said to me, he says, Ned, we're okay, go inside. And I looked in awe. And I said, man, I want to be like that. Because what I experienced and what I saw at my age was the opposite to that. And for the very first time, Allan, the man. You the man, bro. He showed me what it was to be a real man. And he mentored me. Sorry, bro, he was actually... No disrespect. Harold was into girls. He was into going to nightclubs and stuff. Good brother, you know, we still go out and stuff. But Allan was more than a brother to me. He brought a fatherly figure that I needed. He directed me. He would ground me. He would never lay a hand on me. And even though it looked like I wasn't listening, I took in every word. And I really believe that he went too soon. We all feel that. But with the years that he lived on this earth, he used every little bit of it to have an influence. You know, if Allan was ever a superhero, his name would be the Gravitator, because he was light and salt no matter where he went. He always brought flavor to a tasteless situation. He brought light where there was darkness. He was constantly planting seed. And a young 13, 14-year-old teenager back then, for me to be the man I am, is laying right there. I love you, Allan. Love you, bro. Love you, Ellie. Man, you're such a beautiful woman. When the lights are turned off and the dust has settled, God is your strength. Know that we're here. We're always here. Caleb and Glory, all the nephews and nieces, cousins, all the outlaws. Man, you've got a village here to wrap around you and love you. So I'm just going to pass it on to my younger sister. Thank you.
And thank you very much for this opportunity. My name's Susie. I'm Alice's younger sister, and I just like to say I'm so happy to be here. I wasn't able to be here and grieve with my sister and my brothers when my mum passed away, but I'm here. And I remember being at the hospital and we were planning Allan's burial. The first thing she asked is, I want to know when my sister is going back. And we didn't have a ticket, so I said, Alice will be here till it finishes. So I just want to honour you and I love you. I remember a time when I first met Allan. I was at the PIC disco. I was probably one of the younger ones, but Alice said I wasn't allowed to dance with anyone, especially Māori boys. But she said I was only allowed to dance with that guy, and it was Allan. And I remember dancing with him, and it gave her a reason to come up and say, excuse me, you're not allowed to dance with her. And then next minute they were dancing and I had to go and sit down. If there's one word that I could, I don't know how to say it, one word that I could see Allan, I have to think of this word because I get it mixed up, is that he's an influencer. I keep getting it mixed up with influenza, but he's probably had a few of those too. But you are, Allan. I remember one time you said, Susie, don't look around at other people. Look to Christ. Be an imitator of Christ. If there's anyone you need to look to him. Alice, remember that God is the lifter of your head. And there are going to be times where you just want to break down, where you don't want to walk, and you just want to just crawl up. Just remember, Allan's got an A-frame at home and a lot of sticks that you can hold onto to lift you up. So I love you, my sister. Love you, the Va'a family. Thank you so much. My husband's just going to briefly do something like he does.
Yeah, so I was that Māori boy that she wasn't allowed to dance with. But we had a cheeky dance outside the dance. So, ngā mihi nui tēnei kia o koutou katoa ko tai mai ki te tautoko o te whānau pani. Tino hari kouau ki te kite o koutou ko tai mai. Ki te au ētahi tangata ko tai mai. Tino rongonui. Nō reira, nau mai hara mai, whakatau mai rā. You know, the bro he would always give me a license. And when I talk about giving a license, he would give me a license, a free reign license. And so whether it was at sports camps or whether it was emceeing gigs, he would say, bro, just do you. And it wasn't about trying to emulate or copy or do what other people were doing. He said, bro, just do you. Be Māori. And because I would gravitate to the Samoan culture, because I love the Samoan culture, I love the Samoan people. But little did people know that I was actually ashamed about my own culture because of the things that I read when I was growing up, the things that my people were getting up to, and the stats that spoke about that. But you know who encouraged me to be tūturu Māori? Tēnei rangatira. Always. He would always encourage me. Just be yourself, bro, because that's who people are looking for. Be yourself. And that's my encouragement to all of you here. Just be you. And so when saying that, we're going to do something together. And whether you like it or not, I have the mic. And so we're going to get a bit of music going. And so I can always remember when Ali first started leading Zumba. Who remembers that? Hands up. Hands up. Hands up if you don't remember that. Hands up if you don't remember that. That's right, because you are dancing, okay? So, but it's going to be a low... get up. Everyone stand now. And all I want you to do is march like this. That's all you... Low impact. Low impact. Let's go. Hey, hey, hey. Push it out. Do you remember? Push. 2, 3, 4. Other side. Push. Push. And again. Bring it up. Square fingers. Push it out. Push. 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 Bring it back. Push it out. Square fingers. Let's go. 2, 3, 4. Other side. Lipo. 2, 3, 4. Other side. Lipo. Square fingers. Watch me now. Cross. Cross. Nice and easy. Low impact. Keep it going. Hey, and for all my Tongan brothers out there, these ones. Do it until your neck is warmed up. Keep going. Screw fingers up. And to all my Samoan brothers and sisters. Here we go. Here we go. Push, push, push. And 1, 2, 3. Outside. 1, 2, 3. Outside. 1. Screw fingers. To all my Maori brothers and sisters. The girls. Screw fingers. Take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Okay, now we're going to do a Samoan wave, not a Mexican one. A Samoan wave. So you've heard of the Mexican waves. This is the Samoan wave. Are you ready? Are you ready? Hands up if you're Samoan over there. You're leading the way. Okay, here we go. And it basically does this. Ta. 1, 2, 3. Malo. Ma ngayalo ta. Okay. So we go ta, middle section. Up there as well. We go lo to here. Go. Ready, set, go. And you say, of course, yeah, 4, fa. You're welcome. Okay, we're going to try that. But this time you have to use your hands. Ta, ro, fa. You do that. Okay, ready, set, go. Excuse me, at the back, are you doing it? Thank you, thank you. Just okay, ready, one more time. Ready, go, and. Okay, now we're going to go with the Māori brothers and sisters. Okay, any Māoris over here? Hey! These Pacific Islanders are driving my people out of the country. But I still love you because I married into your whānau. Okay, so we will go ki o rā. Go! Rā. You sound Spanish over there. Okay, ready? Here we go. With the arms. Set, go! He taronga tira. You know, my wife and I flew back to bury my brother, the oldest in our family. 10 of us in my whānau and my inga. The oldest passed away. We went up north and we buried the bro. And I cried. Man, I cried. We came back, we drove back to Auckland, 4-hour drive, got a call from Ellie. And she said, come to the hospital, please. Please come. We went, we saw the bro, and we went back home that night. Still recovering from my bro's funeral, I get a phone call in the morning saying that my uso has passed away. And inside of me there was joy. Because there's no more pain, no more visits to that damn hospital. But he's in glory. And that's the celebration I know about my uso. And I was sort of sitting there. Man, I'm sure I've got ADHD, but because I was sitting there wanting to get up to celebrate this man's life. You know, by May. And as I do, and as I said, just do you, bro. Just do you. Because it's, when people look at you and they say, hey, don't do that, don't do this. Do you. Be the person that God has called you to be, because that's what he encouraged me to do. Nō reira, e taronga tira, ngā mihi nui tēnei ki a koe, mō tō mahi kei runga i te whenua nei. Ki o kaha kei roto i tō heiringa, ki te taho o tō tātou matu i te rangi. Malanga o mā manuia le malanga uso. Whawhai lava mō le alofa. Kia tatou. A tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. A kia ora mai tātou katoa. Kia ora. Ai, aroha mai. What am I doing? We need a waiata. Who thinks we need a waiata? Okay. Yeah, that's a great, Logan, that is a great call, Logan. I came into school. This is my school, believe it or not. No, not my school. Sorry, our school. So I did my schooling here, went away, came back as a youth worker, went away again, came back as a teacher, qualified. And as I stepped back on Thursday, it was their last day of school, and it was their first ever assembly in 11 months. And I thought to myself, what an opportunity just to let it rip. And so there was laughter, there was waiata, we stood and we just did it. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to sing the song that we sang here at Assembly, and it's called, I also would always say, man, let the light shine in the darkness. Because who on earth turns a lamp on and puts it under the bed where no one can see it? Who on earth does that? Who on earth lights a lamp and covers it so that no one can see your light? That's our job. That's our job. And he always encourages me, bro, just be the light. Don't worry about the people who judge you or who are jealous. Just be the light.
You might not be able to hear it, maybe I'll just chuck it on here, maybe. Here we go. Yeah, the city of the night. Come on.
Hi, Allan. Just want to take this opportunity to say hello, everybody. Hi, family. Just want to take this opportunity to say hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. On behalf of Mum and Dad and our family here, I've been given the opportunity to speak on our behalf. So I just want to thank Beverly and Moore, Leroy, Peter Nwana, Paki and Tiffy, Stacey, and myself and Netta and all our kids that are here today on behalf of the Solvac family. We just want to say a big hello to you guys out there. This goes out to Alice, Glory, Logan, Caleb and Grace, and your beautiful children. We're sorry we can't be there, but this is the best that we can do. We've all come together. As the big bro always has done, he's brought the family together, and it's an opportunity for us to share with you the grief that you're going through, but also a happy time that we know he's in a better place. We're lost for words. It was so heartwarming to watch our family attend today, and it was also sad that we couldn't be there. But we know, you know, we're there in spirit. Junior was just here and he just left, and we thought we'd just take the opportunity to get a video together and send it out to you, knowing that here, your Gray family, your Leo family, Uncle Seal's kids that are here, and those that aren't here, John, Vincent, Sammy, Nemo, Billy, you've got Melissa there in New Zealand, Marie, we're right there behind you. We're there in spirit. If we were there, this is exactly what would happen. We'll be all together as one. But we are, but in a different country. We love you guys. And all we can do is wish our bro a wonderful send-off back there home in New Zealand, because he deserves it. He was always a man of action, not only for the youth there in Otara, but right across Auckland. I mean, he touched so many lives, but none more so than our family here. You know,
We keep hearing the same thing about the times that our cousin kept getting a hiding all the time. But it was the happy times that we want to remember as well. Because he would want us to remember and be happy on the day that he's laid to rest. So family, we love you. And on behalf of us here, we're right there behind you. So we're just going to end off with the song. And we miss you all back home in New Zealand. We love you guys. Nice and loud there.
Sweep over my soul, sweep over my soul, sweet Spirit, sweep over my soul. My rest is complete when I sit at Jesus' feet, sweet Spirit, sweep over my soul. Sweep over my soul, sweep over my soul, sweet Spirit, sweep over my soul. My rest is complete when I sit at Jesus' feet, sweet Spirit, sweep over my soul. Sweet Spirit, sweep over my soul. Love you.
Ia whawhetai ma lewa noa ia mombua o te si atu le whawhetai ma lewi ia le atua. Wai e le atua e pule mea oma. Hi, my name is Vincent. Leo, Alice, Gloria, Logan, Kay, and Grace, and the grandchildren. From me and my family down in Brisbane, I'd like to send our condolence and our love for you guys at this time. Sorry we could not make it. And also out to Alice's family, and especially to the Va'as. I can see why Allan had a passion to help out his family, and especially young kids, the troubled kids. I'm here in Townsville. I work with a lot of troubled kids. Actually, I'm working for the prison youth detention center, but I can see why Allan loved working with kids. And he helped a lot of our families. He helped out a lot of our families. Allan, aka Big Papa, gonna miss you. Love you, cousin, till we see you next time. Solvac for life. 274 Scorpions.
Okay, hi family. We just want to send a video out to you guys since we couldn't be there. Our heartfelt condolences to you, cousin Alice, Gloria, Caleb and all the grandbabies, especially to our Va'a family for the loss of our dearest cuz. We're thinking of you guys so much, and just know that your work didn't go unnoticed, cuz You know, even though we haven't seen you for a long time, we kept up to date through social media. And you know, if it's one thing that COVID has taken away from us is that time with family, and also the Soviet family reunion, which didn't happen. So, you know, it's something that we'll miss is, you know, being able to see you again. And, you know, we love you guys so much. Unfortunately, Vincent's in Townsville and Dallas has gone to work, so he can't be with us. But I'm here with the other 3 kids. I've got Bevy over here, Carlos, Keanu, and also our grandbaby Ngato, who's walking around. So we love you guys all the way from Brisbane.
Rest in peace, Uncle.
We still love cuz. We love you.
Hi. Hey, Alice, Caleb, and Gloria. Just want to send our condolences. Not really sure what to say if it's not already been said. We love the Lippa'a clan, and we are thinking of you during this time.
Sorry for your loss. Wish we could be there to say our goodbyes, but we're thinking of you all the way up in our thoughts and prayers.
Go on, girls. Just say goodbye. Okay. Love you all, and share the clips of all the memories you got with Allan in the next 24 hours, I guess. Love you, Alice. Bye.
Whoa. Malo family, just passing my regards out to you, Alice, to Gloria, Caleb, and all the grandkids, and all the Wa'a family. What you call it? Book, like it. Yeah. Sorry. Funny story. This is like the 12th time I've recorded this, and the very first video, because I've been cracking up because it's like the first video is really somber and depressing. So after watching all these videos, I'm just a little bit happier. I think it should be a bit more uptuned, and you know, we're here to celebrate Allan's life, and so I just like to pay respects in that regard. But hey, my eldest son Lucan over in Brisbane sends his love to you, Allan, and the family, and you know, he speaks. We were speaking, and he speaks nothing but highly and very, very highly of you, Allan. So he sends his love, and you know, we all knew that Allan was a staunch Australian Wallaby supporter. Yeah. And my son Rhyme, he sends his love too. He remembers Uncle Allan as well, and Cash, and our little daughter Aquile, she sends her love, and my wife Marissa sends her love too, and that's from the Loto family over in Perth. I wish I could be there to carry your cask. You know, I remember you used to love telling me and the family that how he used to carry me and my cousin Bucky over the bridge in Otara, one of us on each shoulder, and I used to love hearing those stories because you know you carried us around a lot, and you know, and that was just you know, and in real life you carried the family. You know, you looked after the family. You know, you loved the family, and then you were about family. I'm actually at work recording this because when I was at home I started tearing up last night, so I thought I thought it worked that way. I won't cry as much, or because I've got to go and face the public, so I've got to look, you know, professional. Anyway, hey, yeah, for those that don't know me, my name's Herman. I'm Allan's favorite cousin. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm his favorite cousin, eh? You know, gonna miss you, Allan. You know, the one thing I'm grateful for is that when I did to you last time, and You know, I told you that I loved you. You know, it was like, love you, cuz. Yeah, I love you too, cuz. You know, yeah, and it's still that. It's still there. I love you so much, cuz. And I thank you for showing me the way when I was younger, looking out for me when I was younger, when I was at Olivale, your Olivale's cousin. You know, and if it wasn't for you, you know, I didn't have a lot of role models, and I didn't know you were a role model, and you were God sent, and you were a strong foundation for me. You know, you installed in me the fear of God and the love of God, and that's why a lot of us Otarians are staunch, because we don't fear anybody. You know, like when I would fight in the ring or in the cage, and I never feared the guy across from me, but I did fear God, and I still do today, and I praise you for that. I give thanks, you know, for passing that message on and installing that message to me at a young age, and it's that teenage age where, you know, where teenagers become teenagers, yeah. I just want to thank you for everything, cuz, you know. To me, I'm one of your prodigal sons, and to me, you were the prodigal son's father. You were the father who had with welcoming arms, who all these sons of Otara, sons of South Auckland, the prodigal sons that return back to home or return back into your presence, or come within your grasp. You know, you welcome them with open arms, and you give them love, and you pray over them. And many times you prayed over me. You know, I'd close my eyes and you pray, and you'd ask for the Holy Spirit to come down and bless us. And then as soon as I opened my eyes, you know, I just felt a great lifting, and that lifting was you lifting that big giant rock off my shoulders. You know, passing it to God. You know, you were that healer, healer in the sense of, as soon as you would pray, you would lift whatever was causing problem or trouble, you know, on myself or on that person. You know, you would help lift. You know, you and God would help lift those troubles away. You know, and I felt that every time. You know, every time I was in trouble or I had problems, you would pray them away. You know, and that's how I know the power of prayer. You know, and you would bring that power of prayer, and you would share that with us young ones, with the family. You know, yeah, gonna miss you, cuz. One of my favorite things I'm gonna remember, and I'm glad I got you on that, was on my music video, Silver and Gold. Family, if you haven't seen it, it's the last 30 seconds of Silver and Gold by that cool ass rapper Ermin. Anyway, when we were writing the script for it, we needed our island father and mother, and Allan and Alice popped into my head because they were mum and dad, and they were my spiritual parents, you know, at that time, and I always remember that they were spiritual parents. So I talked to Allan, I got them on the video, and on the video you'll see that, you know, the prodigal son returns home, and the police are waiting for him. The prodigal son gets taken by the police. Allan and Alice, who are playing their parents, are upset. They go in the house, and they're in the sitting room, they're kneeling, and they're praying, to God for guidance, for hope, for blessing, for protection over the family, you know, during that hard time. And those are the hard times, you know. I pictured that in my head, and going back and looking at the video the last couple of days, and seeing that's how I saw my big cousin. You know, he was a God-fearing man, and a very loved and blessed man in our community. He did a lot in the hood. I know, because I was always the opposing force, and he was the good. You can never go against good, especially if he's your cousin and he's bigger than you. Yeah, doesn't matter. But I love you guys. You know, it's come to my attention now that you know, with all our loved ones that are passing over to the other side, it's a good time for us to be with family and tell them we love them and that we appreciate them while they're still here. And I'm glad I got to tell you guys that I love you, and I do appreciate you. and everything you've done. You know, you're a legend. You are solid. You're solid. You know, and everyone will know who you are. You know, will remember you forever. I know auntie, uncle, mum and dad will all be up there celebrating with all our cousins up there in heaven. You know, welcoming you. And yeah, when I come home, and that's soon, because I've been away too long. I'll come home and I'll visit you, cousin. I'll come see the family. Okay, and yeah, I want to go now before I start crying. Okay, everyone up there, we love you. I love you. Yeah. Talk soon. Bye.
Allan, I love you. I thank you for the memories of our time together, from our family konais to our garage parties till my dad eventually turned the power off. Your sudden calling has reminded me how much I love my family and how much I miss you all. My sincere condolences to Alice, Gloria, Caleb, and all of our family over there. From me, Jake, and our kids, Manuela, Malanga, Allan, and I love you.
I was a lovely man, a respected uncle, a friend, a mentor to many people. Right now we're going to go into the opportunity of an open mic. For those who have shared and those who are able to stay, thank you for staying. It's about celebrating one's life, and the last few days Scorpions Club, people came and paid their respects. Today was about the continuing on, and an opportunity for those who would love to share briefly, and the rules of lives. Is that there are seats around here, somewhere over there, that if you'd like to share, can you indicate by moving to the front seats? Because as soon as that stops, we end. We've only got about an hour or so left in our service. So if you have that power of stir to come and share with us a story about your relationship with Allan, we want to take this opportunity to do that now. And all the way from Wellington, welcome, Chanel.
Greetings everyone, I've come from Wellington. My name is Chanel Olusil, and I've come here to honour and pay tribute to this incredible man. And I stand here on behalf of my family in Wellington, my siblings who are all in Australia, and also all the young men from my generation that Allan has impacted. To you, Alice, my sincere condolences to you, and to Gloria, and to Caleb, your beautiful families. Thank you for sharing Dad with us. And I want to acknowledge the Va'a family, the siblings, Gina, Marie, and Junior. Junior, Marie, and Gina. And thank you for sharing your brother with us. True story, Allan's favorite rugby team was the Hurricanes. Allan's favorite player was Filo Tiatia, because Allan told me that Philo used to play like him. Why he's laughing. You know, Allan had this special gift of making you as an individual feel real special. He wanted you to believe, or for you to understand that he truly believed in you, and I did. Back in 1988, Allan and I came together. We formed the Uru Originals Leopards Under 16 team. And Allan and I both agreed that rugby league was a great vehicle to share the gospel and the love of Jesus Christ. That's why we came together. And the first year, Allan was everything. He was coach, manager, masseuse, technical advisor, Uber driver, you name it, he did it all. With Alice in the background. It wasn't until years later we had an international coach by the name of Willie Meyer. International. At that time, Allan had a blue van, and he would pick us up and drop us off because Allan and Alice lived at the Clover Park Community Centre. And I can remember when we drop us off, we'd be like, thanks, Allan, you're the best coach, thank you. And hui kiri Allan say, he'll beep the horn, beep, beep. And hear Allan's voice say, your thanks doesn't pay for my gas. And then you'll hear him mocking and laughing at the same time. So the following week, I saved my $3, I saved my lunch. I came in the van, I said, Al, here's my $3. And I said, what are you going to do with that? And I said, pay for your gas. And Al said, you can't pay anything with $3. Take your $3 and go wipe your ass. I'm sorry. Allan knew that I was upset during the training. Dropped all the boys off, looked through the rear mirror, could see my lips hanging on the ground. Allan said, you still got your $3? I went, yeah. He said, let's go for a feed. I was like, yeah. So here we are at the Puunui petrol station. 2 pies for Allan, 2 pies for me, big packet of twisties for him, big packet of cheeses for me, and a 2-litre Coke. And Allan had this thing about him that when he would talk to you, it was like he was giving you a speech when you talked to United Nations. He would say to me, Chanel, you're the best player in the team. I was like, carry on. He said, you got to get the boys to lift because we got to win some games. And Allan was always into clapping his hands. We got to win some games. So that Saturday, I'm in the change room putting on my kit, thinking about the inspirational words of Allan. But here's Allan in the corner giving the same speech to another guy in my team. I'm like, wow, this guy. I'm just about to take the field, and I could see Allan trying to get my attention, so I look over to him, and he's lipping me. He's saying, you're the best player in the team. I'm just about to go into battle, and this guy's playing mind games. I'm never going to forget you, Alingi. And on behalf of all the young men from my generation, the Uru Originals, and every young man that came across your path from my generation, I want to say thank you. I'm going to finish with this. One of the things I always remember about Allan, when we were in the van, he used to love to sing. And one of his favorite songs was, something beautiful and something good, and all my confusion, he understood. And all I had to offer him was brokenness and strife, but he made something beautiful out of my life. What do we sing all together? Boom, 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 something beautiful, something good, and all my confusion, he understood. And all I had to offer him was brokenness and strife, but he made something beautiful out of my life. There's a saying that goes, people will tend to forget in what you say, but they'll never forget the way you made them feel when you left. And every time I met this incredible man, he always made me feel welcomed. He always made me feel loved. He never judged me. And every time I left him, I always felt uplifted and challenged at the same time. And you're still doing it to this day, Allan. I'll never forget you. I love you, Allan Soifua.
Talofa, everyone. Malole soifua. To be quite honest, I wasn't going to get up, but I felt that fast beating in my heart. Yeah, I just really want to praise God for Allan's life. I really want to praise God for Allan's life because I think a lot of people have said it, but when I think of Allan, I think of God's love, of God's unconditional love. And he has the greatest heart. He has the father heart of God. I'm originally here from Otara. My name is Linda Opa. And honestly, I was one of those troubled youth that, didn't know what my purpose in life was. But Alice and Allan took me in like their very own. I helped to babysit Gloria Joy and Caleb and all the Soe children. But he loved unconditionally. I think one memory I have of Allan and Chanel, you shared about that blue van. I was a teenager then, very young, and I didn't know how to drive. And I kept begging him, can I drive? Can you teach me how to drive? He dropped me off home, and we lived in a cul-de-sac not far from here, Tosca Place. And, he was like, oh, okay, I'll let you drive. Anyway, he was saying, Linda, slow down. But I must have, instead of pushing down on the brake, I accelerated, and almost like we were going around the cul-de-sac, we went over this hill and almost hit a fence. And I remember he was so patient with me. He was like, okay, all right, now get out of the van. But I think, if anything, I was also in Heartbeat City Ministry, and I was in Allan and Alice's team, and I was only little then, and we would go traveling around. We would outreach up and down nationwide in New Zealand, and they loved me so much that, it gave me the confidence to even know who I am in God. And even through that, I ended up becoming a social worker myself. But honestly, I honor you, Allan. I honor you, Alice, Gloria, Caleb, and all the Aingahia, Va'a, and Soe family. Thank you for even accepting me as your own. There's one verse that I wanted to share, and it's in 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8. Love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. And honestly, that's been Allan. His love is so vast. His love is unconditional. I wanted to stand up here to honor this great, mighty man of God. Love you, Allan, i Manuelo Malanga.
Hi, my name's Chris Barrow. My wife and I, Sue, we run Willow Park Christian Camp. And before that, we were at Totra Springs. So we've known Allan since something around about 27, 28 years ago when we were at Springs. And we had a lot to do with the Tumau team, all tenting at the end of the gymnasium. Amazing times. And then we moved to Willow Park Christian Camp, where we run that facility. And over those 20 years that we've been doing that, we've been doing a partnership with Allan and Alice. And we put on the sport, we put on the food, the accommodation, and Allan and Alice have always organised the devotion, the worship, and a leadership that only could come from Allan as he sat and chatted to different people. It has been a very, very special time for us at camp to have someone like Allan around in a leadership role. One of the amazing things he did was arrange all our speakers, and at the end of the session where whoever it was speaking, Allan would get up and very, very gently do an appeal, and he would encourage people to come forward who the Holy Spirit was touching. And they were special times, and a lot of you have been part of that as I look around, very familiar faces. But I think the highlight for me, and I'm going to ask Caleb to help with this, after we'd prayed for these kids, Allan would stand up and he would do a cheer. Can you do one of those cheers, Caleb? There's no way I can do it. That's it, that's it. And he thought that if you could cheer for the All Blacks, you could cheer for new Christians. And Allan was special for that cheer, and that was really, really special to us. So thank you, Allan.
Kia ora tātou. He mihi nui ki a koutou katoa, he mihi ana ki te ronga rao te kaihanga, he mihi ana ki ngā mate e te rangatira. He mihi aroha ki a koe. Ki a koe e Alice. He tino, he momo whaia ki a mātou. Nā, ko Chanel, mātou katoa. And Caleb, Gloria, te whānau waa, he mihi aro ki a koutou. Ki ngā kaumātua, ngā kuia, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Baz Hauraki, and I just couldn't help but want to come up and share like our mate Linda, we're the same generation, just welling up inside you, you know. And I got two connections with Allan, and the first one was when Allan was a youth worker many years ago, and he's been a youth worker almost my entire life. And I used to be a part of a club called Te Hauora or Te Orahau? Te Hauora, which was run by Youth for Christ here in Otara and across the country. They had different, and Allan was one of the youth workers. And this is back in the early 80s, 82, 83. And I was one of those haututu Māori boys, used to run around here. And Allan, ones like Willie Peace, and I just want to pay homage to those leaders. You know, to the leaders like Ned and Becca, Colin and Dot, Steve and Sarah, who come in behind Allan and Alice. And for us people, and so I was one of those tutu kids. And he would pick us up with these other leaders, and forgive me if I missed names, there's a whole heap of them. And they would work with us. They would pick us up, and they'd take us for all kinds of events with the aim of building us up. That was this man's heart. I better stop, I'm getting ready to preach. But I know, I'm looking at the time. You know, I just want to say, whānau, I look at this is a pivotal moment. I've never seen a service go this long and people stay here. And God whispered to Wilson and said, you better get up there, boy, and get this crowd, because there's some of them are dozing off. I was starting to doze off. Anyway, better stop. Anyway, back to the story. Now, and they would pick us up and they'd do all sorts of things. And then they would share in a real down-to-earth way the message of Christ to us kids. And then would say, okay, after their message, where's the kai? They'd share this message, and we all this, and us Māori boys and Island boys, where's the kai? And then we're off, you know. And I'm sure sometimes they must have been thinking, oh well, kia ora. But who was doing a work? Who was doing a work in the lives of ones like Chanel, who was up here, Linda? God was doing a work through these people's mahi. And I'm here to honour God that this man allowed himself and his wife to be conduits for the work of God. And it was big, eh, Chanel? It was big. And I just want to say to the bros, you know, we come from the Jedis. You know, who remembers the Jedis? Oh my goodness, where are you people? The Jedis were a group of young men that these fellas worked with. We came to the Lord, we gave our hearts to God, and one's like Allan. Now I want to tell a story. Allan and Alice, when they got together, they hadn't come out. It hadn't come out. And we went on a CTC trip, which was Christians, what's it stand for, Ned? Yeah, that one, yeah. And it was a trip to Wellington, a big convention, Christian convention down in Wellington. And anyway, you know, like our brother Harold was talking about Alice and Allan hooking up. Well, in our circles of the Heartbeat City Ministries, it was just sort of coming out. And anyway, we're on the bus. It's a long trip to Wellington. And like Ned said, that was a pivotal moment for me. Allan, he was just over the moon. It was oozing out of him to want to show affection and love to this beautiful puti, which means flower in Māori. And anyway, on the bus, he would come up to Alice and he'd just put us, and she'd be speaking, you know, this is Alice's mum, you know, for us guys, she's mum. And she's giving the instructions, and he would come up in front of everyone and just rub her back. And we know Alice is going, she's doing that, you know, that smile but has heaps of messages. And because she's thinking, not everyone knows Allan. And for some of you thinking, now, how old is this fellow? That's way back in the 80s. And but in his special way, he would show this. He modelled to us young men how you treat Our Lady, how you show affection in public. And even when Alice used to get so embarrassed, and you could almost see her wanting to do an invisible elbow. But for him, it was like his way. And all the way to Wellington and the way back, us young men were given a model on how to be a gentleman. You know? And Alice, well, she was so cute. She was so cute in terms of, and we knew that she liked it. You know, we knew that she liked his affection but she was, you know, and so I just want to get up and I want to say on behalf of, like tautoko what Chanel said, what Linda said, there's a whole generation. And you know what? That's getting given to my kids, to Chanel's kids. And it's getting given to our grandchildren. And I just want to honour God and honour this man and honour the leaders that have worked. And I want to honour God's work through Heartbeat City Ministries. And I want to honour the work that Jim and Rona did. I absolutely love them, you know, because they allowed themselves to be used by God. And you know what? When that ministry stopped, I just want to say this very quietly and shortly, God just carried on the ministry through people like Allan and the mahi over there, Steve and Sarah, the mahi over there, because God says, all right, people got their eyes on the person or on the hype, but I will carry on the ministry through people all over the place, Australia, wherever. And I just want to say God is into building people up. And I just want to honour this man, his wife, his children. And I'm not fussed about being here 3 hours, 4 hours. I am thinking about the kai and what we're going to have. I hope they're getting it ready. And I just want to say one last thing. Wilson, would you agree that he needs to start his own television show? New Zealand needs it. The world needs it because COVID has been a real... And we need that. So, brother, that's going to be a ministry. You need to take that, brother. And because that just lifts people. Anyway, I'm going on. I'm starting to preach. Alice, all I love to you. And my sister and my brother-in-law who just work in the background and just get the mahi done. And to our kaumata, you know, he's here from Otara. And I said to him, Matua, me haere koe hoki ki te kāinga. But you know what he said to me? He said, those who go home early miss out on getting the birds. That's what he said to me. Oh, you fellas missed it, man. Anyway, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, wait a long bit. Kia ora, tātou. Name's Mike Lloyd. Megan Lloyd, you might know Megan as Megan McCracken. There are three times I sort of knew Allan or heard of Allan. I was brought up in Porirua, went down in Wellington, got involved in Te Hauora back there as a little naughty young fella, got discipled down there by Lloyd and a whole lot of other guys. And South Auckland, THO, was infamous because we were the second largest and they were the largest. And before my time, we had a couple of what they call tours up here. And the rugby league games were huge. And that's when I first heard of Allan Va'a and a few other people. So when I started in Porirua, I was a good rugby player, a bit skinnier, could run all day. But that's the first time I heard of Allan. Then when we heard that THO, South Auckland left and became Heartbeat City, they used to run a thing in Rotorua, what was it called? What's it called? Yeah, that's where I met this lady. She was she left South Auckland, I think in 88 or 80 something, down with Luke Morgan, and went down to Rotorua and helped start THO down there, Te Hauora down there, and I remember seeing all the boys, the girls, South Auckland, and that's how I got to know Meeks, and we got married in 91. The second time our lives sort of interacted was when we went to the same church in town, the Sanctuary, and we were honoured to be involved in the leadership there with a few of us people here. And one of the things that really, during the time when we were married, Megan often talked about her time in South Auckland and stuff, so that was another good thing. But anyway, when we were involved in the Sanctuary, we had the honour of really getting to know Allan and Alison, especially the kids, and Caleb and my kids. I've got a Caleb too, my only son, 3 daughters, Gloria, and I remember when Logan came on the scene, yeah, it was, but anyway, it was about 2005, anyway, we haven't really kept in contact, but we love you guys, and my kids, when they heard that Allan passed, their hearts, just, they got some really good memories, and they wanted us to give you our love. And we just wanted to come and honour you guys because you're amazing and love you guys. We have the privilege of seeing Alice Sana quite a bit through my daughter Hannah. So anyway, my darling's tapping my backside, so we better go. But much love, whānau, and from the Lloyds.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tumua Tiatia. I represent the 2021 prefix, and just here to talk a little about Mr. Bao. Well, I call it Mr. Bao. Last year was pretty tough for us prefix. We had COVID lockdown. We were struggling through it, but this man right here, he helped us through it. At our prefect camp, at the Christian camp, I completely forgot the name of it. But, he taught us, a lot. His wisdom, went through us. And his famous quote that he likes to tell a lot of people, which is, keep the main thing the main thing. And ever since then, it's just stuck with me. Whether it's I'm with my family or I'm at work, just the main thing, the main thing. But to keep it even more shorter, on behalf of all the prefects of last year, Ms. Va'a, we'd like to give you a gift. We know it's not that much, but as a lot of us, we thought of you during these hard times, and we'd like to give you something for it. So, thank you.
Whakalo whaku le pa ia ma le mamalu wa whio mai makala mai au ma lo le soifua mau ma le langi mama au whaingaluenga pa ia o le kua a inga wo mai masangi a waku le vi inga ma le whaafakai le kua ma lo nganga lei ma lo ngā alofa kungoa firstly, on behalf of my wife, Alberta, who has decided to stay there and not be by her husband's side. But she's from the coast, so the women from the coast, apparently, they just do whatever they want. So my heartfelt condolences, Alice, and the kids, to Gina, Junior, who's not here yet, Fale, Marie, Singer, all the kids. Just heartfelt condolences. Like the brother Wilson said, you know, you got to be UA. So just a housekeeping note. I was just in the men's loo, and there's issues with 2 of the toilets. So please, if I was at a function at Hillary the other week, and there was no issues there. So I'm just saying. Hey. My name is Brian Sangala, and I have a very special place in my heart for the Va'a family. I'm from the true south, Porirua, Escott Park. Chanel is an adoptee. I'm actually from Porirua. When I moved up from Porirua, I didn't have many friends outside of my family. I didn't know too many people. And my first job was at social welfare. Junior was one of the first people that I met, and he became my friend. And through extension, I then got to know so many people through work, through his family, and league and so forth, to where now I look around this room and there's so many people that, I consider lifelong friends, like you. And you at the back. You guys have such an impact on my life, and I can't forget. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Junior invited me over one day for lunch at his house, and so I went over. And then when I found out they had like a PS1 or what was it back in those days? A Sega Mega Drive. I actually continued going over every weekend after that. And I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Va'a would say to him, Junior, your friend, why does he keep on coming over? And Junior would say most probably, oh, I didn't actually invite him, he just keeps coming over. So, but it's great, I honour this man. Allan, when we talk, just like everyone else, and what I love is the consistency. He loved God, he loved his wife, he loved his children, he loved his grandchildren, he loved his community. You can tell, the story goes that you can tell how much someone is honoured, how much someone is loved, how much regard and esteem someone is held in on days like this. When you look around and you see the people that are here, people that he's impacted, and not only just here, but the countless numbers of lives that he's impacted over generations. And apart from all the accolades, apart from all the well-deserved honours that he's received, at his core and at his heart, he was a man who loved God, he loved family, and he loved his community, and he was consistent. We all know that. He was consistent. When we talk, it was always the same thing. Oh, how's your family? Oh yeah, we talk about family, and we talk about, how things are going at the moment. And then, of course, as we do, bit of ribbing around, league and that. As you can see, I'm representing Parramatta Eels here this evening. Obviously, there's so many Parramatta fans here because I'm the only one representing in his beloved South Sydney. At this time, as a side note, I'd like to honour all the Warriors fans that are here this evening. So could all the Warriors fans, please, could you make yourself known? Thank you. Hey, I want to honour you because 3 games straight, that's incredible. That is incredible. But I also want to let you know the season actually finishes in September, October. So yeah, just so you're aware, of that. Thank you. Premierships: 1981, 1982, 1983, 1986. South Sydney, the most number of premierships ever. Even Marshy's not here, but Wilson's here. Canterbury, multiple premierships. One day Warriors, just like your theme song. Keep the faith. Keep the faith. You may see Allan before the Warriors actually win. But keep the faith. Keep the faith. Please. Also to honour Chanel as well. Allan must have had an impact because, come on, bro, you made the Junior Kiwi, so hey, that can't be... And all the originals that are here this evening, I loved playing against the originals back in the under-21s. They were the best groomed team in the whole competition. Their hair was always immaculate, always had their socks up. Immaculate. So I honour you, Chanel, and all the other originals 21s. Rub the hawk, rub the hawk. We're here in Otara, the promised land. My new home is Māngere, so you can say I'm from heaven. Promised land, heaven. You can feel the anointing right now. That's because it's coming from heaven. I just be me, just like Wilson said, because that's the way that I honour this man. I loved him, and I love the Va'a family, and I thank you for sharing this man with me and every other person. I'm not allergic to microphones. My age, I don't care what people think. I just cry. Who cares? Who cares what people think? Man. I'd like to finish by Waiata singing a song. It's not a Christian song, but this song, it's a funeral song, and it's actually from Ireland. No, it's actually going to try and be serious, so yeah. The song talks about family, talks about hope and the loss, but it also talks about one day the hope that we have that we will be reunited with those that have gone before us. And I can hear, you know, the cloud of witnesses, and that now that when Allan hears those words, you know, well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter thou now into the joy of the Lord. Come on. If you know the song, just keep it to yourself and let me sing, because I've been practicing this for about 5 hours now, so I just finished paying off my student loan for performing arts school 2 weeks ago, so I've got to make use of that $500,000 over the last 30 years. Hey, Took, it's good to see you, bro. Kia rana, kia rana. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Remember, I just said, just me, please. From glen to glen and down the mountainside, the summer's gone and all the leaves are falling. 'Tis you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. No, second verse. It's a Warriors fan, see? Celebrating before they've even won the game. Bro, I love your topic. Yeah. And when ye... What? I wasn't joking. There is actually a second verse. And when ye come and all the leaves are falling, and I am dead, as dead I may well be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and and say an Ave there for me. And I will hear, though soft you tread above me. And oh, my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me. And I will wait in peace until you come to me. And I will sleep in peace until you come to me. Ia manuia lava lau malanga Allan, ele swafa pele Yesu Kristo, amene ma amene. Parramatta Eels 2022 premieres.
Okay, I have no idea how to follow that, but o te whatalo whatu le swafa marumalo Yesu Kristo. I wrestle in Avanoa, my name is Talofa, my name is Chrissy. I've been asked to come up here by two people. My husband's been texting me non-stop, telling me that I should be up here, and then my sister over there pulled you're the oldest grandchild on the Solveig side, you should be up here. So that's why I'm here. But I'm the eldest grandchild on the Solveig side. I am the daughter of Ramona Loto and Monica's dad, Mataita. But I just wanted to come up here to give honor to this man, because like everybody has spoken about his accolades, I'm a product of that. And I was actually flicking through my Facebook messages, and I just realized that every milestone, I got a message from Uncle Allan. When my husband and I studied and we finished our first symposium, he was the first one to message to congratulate us. When I was on my final placement, he was the first one to message. And then when we graduated last year, we came off the pulpit, and he was one of the first messages that we got. And I just wanted to read a little bit. He said, I'm really blessed to have a nephew and a niece to fight for the lives of our families and communities in the area of social work. We are one band, one sound, drum beat, ba-dum-bum. Love you both, and God's richest blessing on you and the future ahead. And that's love from BP and Auntie Alice. That just is a testimony to who Uncle Allan is. It's hard to be a social worker, and when they find out who your uncle is, it's like the opposite of Korean, where you're like, yeah, no tickets. It's like you've got this big, this person you have to kind of aspire to be like, and that was Uncle Allan. But he never treated us any different. He always treated us like we were 12. So Moni's nickname is Monarch Butterfly. I was never privy to a name. And Moni would always claim it. And I think every time he would message Moni, it would always be, I love you, my Monarch Butterfly. And I always got, I love you, Chris. But that's just the way Uncle was. He treated us like a 12-year-old kid. Every time we went into a room, he always embraced us. He always made time. He knew everything about my life or our lives. Like, he was always there. That's a great thing about Uncle Allan. But what I also wanted to come up here is just to share that at every meeting we had, it was always, I am the proud father of Gloria and Caleb. I am the proud husband of Alice. And that's the kind of man that we always saw, was that he always put everyone first. And then at the end, he would say that his name was BP. So Allan, just on behalf of our family, but also on behalf of all the social workers that are up and coming because of your works, man, I love you. I celebrate you. And in everything that we do, Uncle, you'll always be BP. Swafa Yesu, Amen.
Kia ora tātou, talofa lava and kia ora ana. My name is Tukaro Joseph. I'm one of Allan and Alice's Cook Island brothers. I'd like to thank our MCs, Willie, Steve, and other Willie, for this opportunity to share with us this evening. I'm here with my wife, Tangi, and Allan and Alice have been a very special part of our lives. At our wedding day, they gathered our other brothers and sisters in Christ and sang at our wedding. We've never forgotten that. What I know of Allan is he's a very good singer as well. And we always enjoyed our times, you know, in Te Hora, Youth for Christ, Heartbeat City days. And Allan was someone whom I recognized as trying his best to use the gifts that he believed God gave him. And those gifts were many. One of the special memories I have of Allan is when Allan would perform a humorous skit called The Prayers. And Allan was the prayers. Now this skit was also performed by others, and I mean the role of the prayers, but no one quite captured the prayers like Allan did. And so his presence on stage was something that people would really draw their attention to, and was very impactful for the audience. But I want to say that Allan's presence and character off the stage has been more than impactful, because off the stage you really got to know and to see the real Allan. So Alice, I would like to convey not just our condolences but also our heartfelt thanks for sharing Allan with us. And in spite of his passing, it has provided the opportunity for many of us to be able to see one another again. And I hope and pray that our friendship will continue always. The last time I spoke with Allan and Alice was at a place that someone had mentioned earlier called the Korean barbecue in Manukau City. I think their session was just finishing and our family session was just starting. And we had an opportunity to speak very briefly. And when we spoke, Allan kept talking about, because there were my other family members around me, and all Allan did was compliment me. Allan brought up memories about when we used to play league and rugby, telling my children how good I was. The reality is that it demonstrated how good Allan was by how he would lift up other people. And we've heard that many times this evening. And so on behalf of my wife Tangi and our children, Alice, I as you and Allan to us, but for being true brothers and sisters in Christ. I will miss my brother. And I'm so thankful for getting to know him and to know his family with Gina, Marie, Junior, Because I used to live just a couple of streets away from Luke Place, where Willie and the Bates family all used to live. And very good friends like the Greys, the Lutos. So all of these memories and these wonderful experiences are all testimony to the love and to the gift of making friends and lifting up people demonstrated through the life of Allan. So I want to say thank you, God. Thank you for Allan. And thank you for his service, his discipleship, and for the love of God demonstrated through him. God bless you all. Thank you.
Whataalofa atu lau sunga taitai. Paingaluinga paia le atua. Ua mai masani. Ia whawhatai lala mo le avanoa. Lau ngoa o Mose Timoteo. 1991. I was in this gym. I played for Odu College, and I remember swinging on that hoop there, and then that hoop. Shot a couple of three-pointers over here. Sorry, Wilson, but yeah. I think it was that game that we made the final against Penrose. And I remember playing that game, and this is a story that Allan shares to all our Tūmau family. When I met Mose at Allan Brewster, I came into that gym, and all I could hear was people go, Mose, Mose, Mose. We lost that game. But that was the day I remember I met Allan. He came up to me, and he introduced himself. Hey, my name's Allan. Would you like to come to sports camp with me? And I said, oh, what's that? He goes, oh, you get to play sports, volleyball, basketball, and all sorts of sports. And I said to him, oh, that's great. Yeah, as long as I can bring my little brother. And from that day, well, my brother Eric, he was still young. I went to camp with Valley, and it was back in 93. If you go to sports camp back then, I was probably the only teenager there. The tides have changed now. It's all teenagers there. And just growing up during those times, playing with Valley, it was such an awesome experience. Fast forward to 98, I get this call from Allan. Mose, we're looking at starting up a new team. Would you be interested in coming and joining me? I said yes straight away, because I was so in love with this man, because he believed in me. And I went home to Eric. Eric had joined Valley probably in 96. We played for Valley a couple of years, and I go to Eric, hey, we're going to go play for Tūmau with Allan. And he goes, why? What about Danny Lama? What about all those guys? And I said, I know also, but this man here, I've got to do it for him, man. And as the younger brother, as he's to the older, he goes, we went and joined Allan, Alice, Tony, and Junior to form Tūmau in 99. And from 99 right until today, I stand here to support and drive your vision. It took me a while to get there, but I knew what your purpose was, to use sport as the vehicle, to bring us all to come and play sports that a lot of people love. But the real meaning behind Tūmau was to get everyone to have that opportunity to hear the gospel, so we can commit and have that relationship with the Lord. I praise and I thank Allan for everything that he's done for our Tūmau family.
the many blessings, the many prayers. I know he's prayed over a lot of us. He's guided us, a lot of relationship advice. You name it, he's been there through the thick and thin. Alice, thank you. Thank you so much. Ma lo lava lo ong sai. Ma lo lava lo kausika ma. And to the Va'a family, the children, Gloria, Loads, Caleb and Grace, Gina, Ree, and our brother Junior. Is he here yet? Tomorrow. I love you guys because you took me in. I was broken. And you led me to a right path. I could have easily gone down the wrong path, but you chose me and you planted the seed. I didn't know I was part of God's plan. This man here knew. He planted the seed in me. And I passed it on to my younger brother. He's got a big mouth. And with all his brothers, we came together to try and form Tumau. And it's just such a blessing. I'm up here to pay homage from all our Tumau family that are overseas. They wish they could be here. They wish they could be here to hug you, BP. From our boys in LA, in the States, all the boys in Oz, everywhere, they send their heartfelt condolences to Alice and the kids, the Va'a family. And we just want to thank you for blessing us, for sharing Big Papa with us. We love you and we honor you today. Ia manguelo malanga, soifua.
I just want to say, BP, this dude was SB tonight, and I had to be BB and bring him up so that he could say a few things, and I'm so glad he did. Anyway, les whafaman malo, lo tātou ali'i Yesu Keriso, lo tātou whaaola, tālofa lava. My name is Ali'itasi Suapoiching, and I am one of the many younger siblings of the Va'a family. And out of Marie, Owen, and I was Allan's favorite singer. I'm also part of the Tumau management, and if there was ever a time BP's faith ever faltered, it was when my husband and I joined the management team for Tumau. I met BP over 20 years ago when the Tumau team was founded. By Allan and Junior Va'a and Rabbi Tony Fuyava. I was introduced to BP by Eric Timoteo, Mose's younger brother, who told Allan that I was an all-rounder and I was a mean volleyball player. BP never trusted Eric to recruit for the Tumau team after that. Every year since 1999, Tumau would take a team of over 100 people to the elite sports camp in Totara, Totara Springs. And every year before everyone in our team would leave camp, Allan would sit under the tree and bring everybody to this tree that is no longer there, but it was there for many years, and he would share the gospel one more time before everyone parted ways. This tradition still carried on even our last camp in 21 when he wasn't able to join us. But his son Caleb shared the message with Tumau. And I just want to say, boy, Dad is very proud of you, even though your mom told you that you are a mean son. All our Tumau family here in New Zealand and around the world would all agree with me when I say that if you ever came with Tumau, you heard the gospel message. I've witnessed some of the hardest, staunch and stubborn people come to the Lord through BP and his ministry through Tūmau. His love and heart for the youth, especially in Otara and South Auckland, spoke volumes. I think it actually broke his heart when Mose married a Central girl. He was known for his humour, and every rookie would turn up to Tūmau prize giving expecting sports awards. But Nemo got the Stalker Award because he would wear sunglasses at night around camp. Henry Meyer got the Invisible Man Award because he would try and look scucks around pretty girls at camp, but they don't see him. And BP would always make us sing the Invisible Man song when we would award this award to people like Henry and Owen and Joe Liao. And there's a part in there where it says, you don't even know I'm alive, 'cause baby, to you, all I am is the invisible man. Yeah, so he would always make us sing that. And I know that Henry was really honoured to receive this award. BP loved to laugh and had the mocks of dooms. That there were times I actually questioned whether he was a true man of God. But praise God for BP and the many vehicles he created for people like myself and my husband and my family and the Tūmau family to hear the message continuously. To God be the glory always. Allan loved to talk about Paul and his ministries, and David shared a few nights ago that he couldn't wait to meet Paul, and I thought to myself, it makes sense because they were both sickly. Thank you, Ali, for sharing your husband with us. Thank you, Gloria and Logan, Caleb and Grace, for sharing your dad with us. BP, ia tafi mala lau whainga malanga. O ani se se ma whaale tonu o Tūmau I le tato mawhtanga. Whamangalo. Rest in love. We will miss you forever, BP. Whaftailava. Tūmau, 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 Tūmaka, too much. Tūmau.
Hello, my name's Sue Barrow and I work with Chris at Willow Park Christian Camp. When Linda got up... Oh, I don't know. Sorry. So when Linda got up and said her heart was going flat out, mine was going flat out, and I thought, uh-oh, that means I have to get up. It has been a real privilege and a delight for us to partner with Allan and Alice and Gloria and Caleb throughout the years that we have known them. And as Linda was speaking, the last part of 1 Corinthians 13, verse 13, in the Message translation says, trust steadily in God, hope unswervingly, love extravagantly. And that is exactly what Allan has done through his life, and we are very blessed and privileged to have been a part of that. Thank you.
Whatalo whātu pa ia manu leo whia. Whatalo whātu I tai o tātou mawhitanga lene a whiawhi. Whatalo whātu fo I mātua. Huso matuanga ne moe māsani.
Ia avea le nei taimi whaisina moli mau pu'upu'u a wān mawhutanga o le tuangane matua ma mātou. Ma le whaaloalo lava la o whaperitania pēla o moli mau he hawale au whia wa mapopo mai le nei awhiawhi. Greetings in the name of our risen Messiah, Jesus Christ. My name is Rapina Tanielu. My mum is Aniva. My father was Luenga Ulukini. And we have had the privilege of being related to dear Auntie Meliseke, and Uncle Olo, who acted as parents for my mother when she was married. We are a family that is based out in Glendine, which is in West Auckland. And our family from South Auckland never came to visit us. We always had to come south. And so there are only two places in Otara or South Auckland that I ever knew, which was the markets and then Auntie Meliseke and Uncle Olo's house. I am one of the youngest of our household, and so I was a lot younger, but I had bigger cousins that I always used to love to see and aspired to be like. And I only met Allan a few times in my young years, but I would always go over and he would always see me and always forget my name, but it would be like, "You're the youngest." I was like, "Yes, I'm the youngest." And he goes, "What's the other one's name?" And I'd be like, "That's Mare." And he would say, "Oh, she's the pretty one." And I was just like, "I'm the youngest." But I left, I lived in Samoa for a few years, and then I think somehow I kind of got lost after I wasn't the youngest anymore, because I think people thought I had either died or gone astray. But when I would come back and I would come and see Auntie, I was 12 years old, and it's funny because I don't think Allan ever thought I grew up. But when I was 12 years old, I was allowed to go and see the house that was being built in Dosina. And I thought, wow. Auntie Meliseke was quick to show me the newspaper clipping to tell me about this house. And I went over, and Allan kept calling me Mare, which is my older sister's. And so I just kind of couldn't be bothered correcting him. So I just said, "Yeah, I'm Mare." And he would always see me and keep asking me what I wanted to do, if I liked school. And then the next time I saw him, which was the Sunday after, he came and he said to me, "Are you one of the kids that came from Samoa?" And I had just arrived back from Samoa. And I said, "Yes, that's me." And he said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were one of the siblings." And I realized that Allan had such a big family and such a big community here in Otara and such a big community with his schools. I went down to Otago, I went to uni, and I lived down south for about 18 years. And when I came back up, I came to get married. And I came across Allan again. But I came across pastor of a church. I came across him as our elder at the church that my husband, Ronji, was attending at the time, and we were courting. And I came, and he said to me, "Hi." And I was like, "Hello." And he goes, "Oh, did you come with Ronji?" I said, "Yes, I did," having no idea who I was again. And dear Marie, who was always the one that knew who all our family was, came up to Allan and said to him, "That's Bina, that's Kipa, Kako, and Mare's younger sister." And he looked at me and he said, "Oh," he goes, "You're the youngest." And I was like, "Yes, I'm the youngest, but I have gotten pretty over my years, Allan." He pulled me aside and he said to me, "Are you courting this young man?" And I said, "Yes." And he said to me, "He's one of South Auckland's finest." And I gayed because I had always heard of this friendly banter between Mangere and Otara. And he is indeed a son of Mangere. And he said to me, "He's a very smart man." And I said to him, "Obviously." And then he had said to me, "Because he loves the Lord, not because of his 3 degrees." And those things were important to Allan. And so I'm very privileged. I did not get to know the Allan of Heartbeat Ministries or the Allan of all these different wonderful community things. I'm privileged because he was one of our elders at our church, along with David Singer and Tony Fuyava. And so to get to know Allan, not just as a big cousin, but as a pastor of our local church. And I'd like to end my molimau with the qualifications of a pastor from 1 Timothy chapter 3. It is a trustworthy statement. If any man aspires to the office of an overseer, it is a fine work he desires to do. An overseer then must be above reproach and the husband of one wife, temperate, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable, skillful in teaching, not overindulging in wine, not a bully, but gentle, not contentious, free from the love of money. He must be one who manages his own household well, controlling with all dignity, and not a new convert, so that he will not become conceited and fall into the condemnation incurred by the devil. He must have a good reputation, those outside the church, so that he will not fall into disgrace and be a snare unto the devil. And so I'd like to say thank you, Elder Allan, Pastor Alice. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Glory. Caleb, Ma'aloto si matua, mo le vi'inga Yesu Keriso. Amen.
E momo lava o te whātalawa atu I le swafo manu malo le tātou li o Yesu Keriso. It's first of all, just want to welcome you all in the name of our Heavenly Father. One thing about I just want to put a spotlight on one of Mini Allan's ministry, and a big part of it was I was a big part of it is one of it's called 274 Youth Corps. We hear all the awesome community work, but I really want to give you an insight, because there are families here, young people here, who have come through the vehicle of 274. So in the early, so a bit of background, in the early 2000s, first of all, let me take a step back. My name is Siltia Malia, I'm born and bred, proud Ontarian, and my relationship with Al goes through the doors of the Timoteos, who opened the door, who invited me, and I meet not only with Allan, but also the beautiful Va'a family, Alice, Caleb, Grace, Gloria, Logan, Marie, Gina, Dave. This is family. But I think it's really important. I just want to really put them up, because Allan championed Otara. And we have people here that we say it, but he says it with every beat. He says it with every young person that he has walked with, shouted, fed, cellulones and pies, fizzy drinks. He did that. And when he commanded the room, because it was all hearts. I just want to drop some of his gems, but I want to acknowledge there are people here that I never met, but he talked about you, the originals, all these amazing people in Heartbeat Ministry, Te Oroho, Wilson, he inspired us through the family here, Wilson and Brian. We were the best MCs. The best speakers, because they show love and open doors. There's no magic formula to care. Well, one thing about it's been said, he made time. And it hits the mark when you feel their realness. And that was all else. So 274 Youth Corps, didn't start out of paradise. It started because there was a need, there was a conflict. And at the end of the result, a young person died. Our community came together. And at this time, they rallied together, and all our best, incredible elders of the past, Rissan Love, Bill Wiki, everyone, Sally Paya, everyone in our community came together because it was time. It needs to stop. How many times are we just going to walk over our community? Bill Pierce, William Meyer, You know, they were all the pillars of our community back then. We were just the young bucks. I was just to do as I say, whatever they say, I just do it. Yeah. But what I love is that Allan, yeah, he just, area community, he kind of like, he shielded a lot of stuff for all the young bucks coming through. As a youth worker, you know, we hear the accolades, yes, but I didn't know that he shielded a lot of the things to protect his team. He was a human shield, and he was fearless. He did not, you know, he was just, in a heartbeat, he would take a hit for you, and he took a lot of hits. Yeah. I saw that. I saw the long hours. I saw in his diary, he never wrote words, he just drew pictures. Yeah, but I loved everything that he did. And then for me, that was me. There's a crossroad, an opportunity to go play full-time rugby. And then I get shoulder tap after our tomorrow trainings. By ours, hey, we're looking at forming a team, a youth team, dedicated just for Otara. Yeah. But the money's not great. But you know, we need people I can trust. And that was key. He's worked with amazing people. Even my brothers, the juniors, he could have handpicked anyone. And that's why for me, when I stand here, I say not on my own accord, but of the work of my brothers and sisters, and even my whānau kid that believed in me and invested. Because it's always about the we, not the I'll say. So, again, what we say, when he stands in front of people, what do he say? Yeah, he will say to everyone, yeah, I am proud, I am from Otara, the promised land. One of the verses we have on our sasses go from Joshua 1:9, you know, do not be afraid, do not be terrified, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. When you look in the deeper, it's about obedience. One thing that we're always looking for, you can be a champion, but it's your yes. Is your yes, or is it part-time yes? Or is it a half-hearted yes? You know, I love what Wilson and Brian said, you know, free license to be you. He always did that for me. And I always go further because of people like, I've been away for 11 years in Melbourne. Everything, still doing the mahi, inspired, not just from ours, but for our entire community here. We got champions here. You know, our champions, we don't make status. We just head down, we just work hard. That's one thing I love about our entire community. We are unique. Wherever we go, that is us. Even over there in Melbourne, it's our DNA there. In this small city, when the stuff went down, similar to what happened here in the early 2000s, Allan knew. He knew I was in Melbourne. And I knew too, because that kid that passed away was in our schools program. I've been through this. This is not my first time doing this rodeo. So we do what we do. What do? We let our young people lead. Let them lead in their solutions. We aroha them, we awhi them, we support them. That's what ours did. He made the youth voices be at the forefront, not at the back end. It was all about and seeing potential before they see themselves. Even Moses said it. He believed that every young person on Otara has the potential to be the best that they can be. Otara Boy in Melbourne, setting up this humble organization. We got 3 incredible young people that are still running there while we're up in Kaikohe trying to look for a place so my mother-in-law, she can live out her best days up there in the beautiful Kaikohe, Napu. Yeah. So, you know, for me, he always said dream big. So it could have been easy for me to come back, we go straight to Dad's garage, which is a 5-star, I must say. I love my dad. One thing about my dad, because in the work, and I'm blessed to do the work, and I want to acknowledge my brothers and sisters that have done the work and continue to do the work. Even in those days in Packtown, they're all here. All here, I want to acknowledge you. Yeah, and also I want to acknowledge you that even if you thought about it, haven't thought about it, that, man, let this be, just do it. Hey, you can fall down, cool, and we get back up. I've played it, I've put on some jerseys, I've played in the international scene. You know, I've represented my motherland. I'm an Otara boy, born and bred. I was always heard I was never good enough. You're not good enough to be in Auckland. You're in the B team. You're not good enough to be in POPPA. You're in the development team. You're not good enough to be here. But being around this man here, that's all I had. Because, you know, what we had, we didn't have much. We didn't have much. But we had bread, we had butter, we had gold coins, chip in, fish and chips. And there he came, even to this day, Friday nights at Dawson. Big shout out to the also Adalan Boys Club. It's still going. It is still going even when things stop. You still find a way. You find a way. Always find a way. So for me, even though why leave your home with so much support, you know what I mean, so much love, but he told me it's time for you to fly. I went over to Melbourne to play rugby. I was burnt out. But I needed, and the one key thing that was really important for those in the field that do this kind of work, you got to look after yourself. Because it's something that we don't say about. We don't say I all the time. I listen from the west side, you know. But I love my west side family that I can, so is it clear? But you know, it was always about the we, and we sacrifice a lot. But I think a lot of that comes from the culture and the love from our grandparents, their sacrifices. Allan talks about the second great migration from the Grey Lynn to South Auckland. We're always, our families and our dear friends all from the West and Central Lane. Because the issues were kind of the same, but you know, sometimes it's just highlighted here in Otara. Okay? I believe in this room, we had the next generation of leaders that's going to really make a shift in the statistics and in the well-being for our Pasifika and Māori to thrive in Otara and beyond. He said that. So for me, and my encouragement is, and it's what we say, but I'm not saying goodbye. I know I'm not done. I was never alone. He always checked in on me, even at hard times in Melbourne, and here, you're doing good, son. He always checked on me, because he knew I could check on, I do the same for others. So, Alice, thank you. Thank you for the time. You know, I'm not a favorite, you know. He's got many, and then his children, grandchildren. I was always blessed just to hang, blessed that he spoke that into me. Yeah. I didn't want to leave tonight without saying anything, because I didn't want to say goodbye. I've been telling my wife, I've been crying inside every day. But I've got the next level to go. I know where I go. So, family, friends, I'm a testament of his faithfulness. And he always points in his direction to God. And I want to say the same thing. I want to say, ours, anything that we have too soon for, anything in youth work that made you sad, I want to stand in the gap for those people. I want to stand in the gap so I can take the hits for you. I love you. I love you. I love you, Alice. Gloria, Grace. I love you, Caleb, Chiquio, Logan. I love you, family. Take care all.
Is there anyone else before we bring to a close? This is your moment. While you're thinking of the moment, and when you get the opportunity to come, as we begin to close, and I'll invite Steve to close. Allan was always great for a lot of those one-liners, always great for one-liners. And one of the things I would see on Candy's shirt was, if you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. And he always reminded me and encouraged me that Jesus loved me. Not Allan loved me, but he reminded me as the vessel that Jesus loved me. And you know, we'll be asking the question, who will take his place? I ask you, what will you stand on? Because if you don't stand on the foundation of Christ, you will fall for anything. Don't let Allan die in his death thinking that, oh well, that's the end of Otara. He's just passing the baton to the next one, or two. Or the seeds that he has planted in each and every one of you. You've now been given a responsibility to stand or fall for anything. You know, John 3:16 was really clear that we just have to believe he's got our back. The gospel before Christ came was about the kingdom. The responsibility of the gospel for us is that we've been saved through the death of Christ. And when the Lord gave us his prayer that to live on earth as it is in heaven, what is that challenging us today for? Allan lived the gospel, and he was the testimony of the gospel. He's reminding us the gospel is for us. We've always talked about, and I think Brian talked about, the different denominations. But the community is the church, not the building. We as people cannot separate from the world because we're in the world. We live on earth as it is in heaven. We must take that challenge. You know, we always talk about, oh yeah, you know, we preach the word to the poor, to the brokenhearted. But we're not talking about the poor in reference to poverty or finance. When we talk about the word poor, it's been without. We're now sharing the gospel that people have been doing and living without. So it's time for us to work with our poor, not in poverty, but those that have been without. Those that have been strong like Allan, who've stood strong, and people have hated some of the position he's taken for God. We've been relieved that he's been set free. But the responsibility now is on us to continue that journey. And I hear what David shared. There are consequences to when we don't. So I stand before you as probably the first brother he led the Lord to when he committed his life in 87. He told me about it. And I gave my life in 87 at the Nigel McNeil at the Apostolic Church in Otara in 87. And it's funny because it was the year that 3 couples got married. Allan, Alice, Willie and Leanne got married first in 87. Myself and Ruda in July or June. And Allan and Alice later that year. We were best men at each other's wedding. Where he went, I would follow. And even though I stand as a strong leader, he encouraged me. He said, Willie, man, you can do this. Willie, man, you're this, you're that. But he showed God's love through Allan, that God loved me, and the gifts he gave to me, thinking that I was never good enough. Because he was part of the movement with Te Aroha that would go to the street kids and all that jazz. I said, Sully, I'm an altar boy. What could I do? And then a few years later, I worked at the Weymouth Residential Centre for abused children and youth offenders. And I realised I missed out on an opportunity that I should have went and followed Allan's lead. And since then, it's always been about everywhere I go, I said, Lord, why am I here? When I went to the Scorpions, Lord, why are you punishing me? Because I left a renewal movement that, by the way, Allan set up. Though me and Ruth came later in the year, but Allan was at the beginning of the youth renewal movement within the Catholic Church when him and Vila was part of that space. I'm sure, Allan, you remember that, huh? And his sister Mari, and they were ready to move on, and obviously towards Heartbeat. Then I came and followed through. So he began a lot of initiatives, a lot of things. And it was up to the individual to follow through. Well, I mean, this brother. So, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And right now, the anything is out there right now. So, you're going to see it. You're going to see it with us. Yes, sir. It won't be long. So please, if you have this any last moment of opportunity, please come. We welcome you.
Good to see you, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Casey. I'm a cousin of Alice. I was surprised 2 days ago that I found out that Allan had passed. I was actually shocked. Just giving you a little history. Allan used to come to the PIC, and we were in the youth. And what I remembered about Allan was he was always smiling. And I thought, wow, look at that, check that out. And then I noticed he sort of like fancied my cousin Alice, and I thought, oh, geez, what's happening here? And then, you know, they got married. So, awesome too. What I do want to share is there was a moment, and I asked Allan, I said, Allan, you know, do you know anybody who's a good dancer? And I said, well, I'm the best. And he goes, oh no, there's one better. And I said, what? There's one better. There's one better than me. And he goes, he's Niuean, and his name is Fia Makani. So back in the days, he was my first dance teacher. And because of Allan, he introduced me to Fia. And I joined Fia's group. He was a professional. He was 5 years older than me. And I thought, wow, check this out. This guy's really good. The thing with Fia was he was humble, but he wouldn't show off and stuff. But you know, like us, we'll go out there and we'll show off, and we thought, oh look, there he goes again, look, there he goes again. But Allan would be like, oh well, the main thing is you met Fia, I introduced you, and now I teach hip-hop to the community. So thanks to Allan, it's been a long journey. And this was 1980 when I first met Allan. So Allan, my dear friend, I just want to sing a song. I came late because I had a DJ to know the who, so I just left the DJ there to carry on with the party. Allan's more important, so I thought I'd come and I'll just share my song. So yeah, let's give this a go. He is Lord. He is Lord. He has risen from the dead, and he is Lord. Every knee shall bow, every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. He is Lord. He is Lord. Alice, I love Alan.
Come and share a memory, because this is not you get to do this while our brother is here. So, thank you to everyone who has shared. Thank you for putting together some of the pieces into the bigger jigsaw puzzle of our life that maybe we didn't know about. And we're very grateful for everyone who shared tonight. So, I'm going to just close in a word of prayer. I encourage you not to just run away, but come and pay your respects to Allan over here. Come and see Alice and the family. And there's also some there's also some food outside there for you folk to be able to take with you when you leave tonight. Would you stand as we close the prayer? Father, we thank you that as we've gathered in this place tonight, Lord, we've heard so many more wonderful stories about our brother. We thank you, Lord, for the impact that he has made, for the influence that he has had, Lord, for the way that he has loved people, the way that he has encouraged them, he spoke life into them. And Lord, as a result of that, we have now seen lives turned around, lives changed for good, lives who have encountered the message of hope that Jesus Christ is Lord. Thank you, Lord, for those ones who have responded to the gospel message that Allan held in his heart and shared with his lips. Thank you, Father, for those who now walk in the ways that he did, with their eyes fixed upon you, their hand in your hand. And so, Lord, we thank you for our brother. And Lord, we bring Alice and the children before you, and the grandchildren, and all of the wider whānau to you now. We pray, Father, that you would continue to sustain them with your strength, that you would encourage them, that, Lord, you would bless them with your presence of peace, and that, Father, that they would know without a shadow of a doubt that you are with them every step of the way. And Lord, as we leave this place tonight, I pray for your blessing and protection upon everyone, that they would return safely to their homes. And Lord, that one day, Lord, we will see our brother again. So, Father, we thank you. We bless your name. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you again, Father, and thank you for everyone that stayed online. But please come up and see the whānau over here before you go tonight.
To awukhulana ilondoloze suhambe nami. Jerusalema, ikhaya lami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Jerusalema, ikhaya lami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, uhambe nami. live it up today, get set for love and laughter. Well, let's go. Time isn't here for wasting. Life is so full of sweet, sweet things. I'd like to do some tasting. Hooray, hooray, it's a holly, holly day. What, everyone, holly, holly day. Hooray, hooray, it's a holly, holly day. Holly, holly day, it's a holly, holly day. Hooray, hooray, it's a holly, holly day. Holly, holly day, it's a holly, holly day. It's a holly, holly day. There's a boy in my mind that knows I'm thinking of him. On my way to the day and the night, the stars shine above him. He's been gone for some time, but I know I truly love him. And I'm singing a song, hoping he'll be back when he hears it. My heart goes sha la 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 la, sha la la in the morning, sha la 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 la, sha la la in the sunshine, sha la 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 la, sha la la in the evening, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, just for you. to forget on the disco ride. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love the nightlife. I've got to forget on the disco ride. Oh, yeah. Please don't talk about love tonight. Please don't talk about sweet love. Please don't talk about being true and all the trouble we've been through. Please don't talk about all the plans we had for fixing this broken romance. I want to go where the people dance. I want some action. I want to live action. I got so much to give. I want to give it. I want to get some too. I love the nightlife. I've got to forget on the disco ride. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love the nightlife. I've got to forget on the disco ride. Oh, yeah. Please don't talk about love tonight. Your sweet talk won't make it right. Loving lies just bring me down. When you've got women all over town, you can love them all, and when you're through, maybe that'll make a man out of you. I got to go where the people dance. I want some action. I want to live action. I got so much to give. I want to give it. I want to get some too. Oh, I love the nightlife. I've got to forget on the disco ride. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love the nightlife. I've got to forget on the disco ride. Oh, yeah.
little baby. Sophisticated mama. Come on, you disco lady. Yeah, stay with me tonight, mama. Yeah.
If you hear any noise, it's the boys and ladies now. Uh-huh. Gonna step out ladies night, stepping out ladies night. Gonna step out ladies night, stepping out ladies night. Oh yes, it's ladies night, and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies night. Oh what a night.
Oh, what a night.
Oh yes, it's ladies night, and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies night. Oh what a night.
On disco lights, your name will be seen. You can fulfill all your dreams. Party here, party there, everywhere. This is your night, baby, and you've got to be there. Well, this is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Everything's gonna be alright. This is your night
Girl, I've known you very well. I've seen you growing every day. I never really looked before, but now you take my breath away. Suddenly you're in my life, a part of everything I do. You got me working day and night, just trying to keep a hold on you. Here in your arms I found my paradise, my only chance for happiness. And if I lose you now, I think I would die. Oh, say you'll always be my baby. We can make it shine. We can take forever, just a minute at a time. You are more than a woman to me, baby. More than a woman. More than a woman. More than a woman to me. There are stories old and true of people so in love like you and me, and I can't see myself. Let history repeat itself, reflecting how I feel for you, and bringing back those people that I know that in 1,000 years I'd fall in love with you again. This is the only way that we should fly. This is the only way to go. And if I lose your love, I know I would die. Oh, say you'll always be my baby. We can make it shine.
So come on out tonight, and we'll leave the others on a ride through paradise. And if you feel alright, then we can be lovers, 'cause I see that starlight look in your eyes. Don't you know we can fly? And if we stay together, we'll feel the rhythm of the evening picking us up high. Never mind the weather. We'll be dancing in the street until the morning light. 'Cause there's music in the air and lots of love everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. Give me the night. Give me the night. as long as you live. Someone who loves you tender like I do. You'll never find, no matter where you search, someone who cares about you the way I do. Oh, I'm not bragging on myself, baby, but I'm the one who loves you, and there's no one else, no one else. You'll never find, it'll take the end of all time, someone to understand you like I do. You'll never find the rhythm, the rhyme, all the magic we shared, just us two. Oh, I'm not trying to make you stay, baby, but I know somehow, someday, some way you are. You're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my love. Oh, late in the midnight hour, baby, when it's cold outside, you're gonna miss my love. You'll never find another love like mine, someone who needs you like I do. You'll never see what you found in me. You keep searching and searching your whole life through. Oh, I don't wish you no bad luck, baby, but there's no ifs and buts, or maybe you're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my love. Oh, late in the midnight hour, baby, when it gets real cold outside, I know that you are gonna miss my love. Let me tell you that you're gonna miss my love. Yes, you will, baby. When I'm long gone, I know that you are gonna miss my love. You're gonna miss my
Oh yeah,
the big stuff. Who do you think you are, Mr. Big Stuff? You're never gonna get my love. Now because you wear all those fancy clothes, oh yeah, and have a big fine car, oh yes you do now. Do you think I can afford to give you my love? Oh, you think you're higher than every star above, Mr. Big Stuff? Who do you think you are, Mr. Big Stuff? You're never gonna get my love. Now I know all the girls I've seen you with. I know you broke their hearts one after another now, bit by bit. You made them cry. Many poor girls cry. When they try to keep you happy, they just try to keep you satisfied. Mr. Big Stuff, tell me, who do you think you are, Mr. Big Stuff? You're never gonna get my love. I'd rather give my love to a broke guy that has a love that's true. Oh, yeah. Than to be fooled around and get hurt by you. Cause when I give my love, I want love in return. Oh, yeah. Now I know this is a lesson, Mr. Big Stuff. You haven't learned. Mr. Big Stuff, tell me, who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna get my love. Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna break my heart. Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna make me cry. Mr. Big Stuff. Tell me, just who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna get my love. Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna break my heart. Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna make me cry. Mr. Big Stuff. Tell me,